Alright, guys. BLM here. Back. Another live stream. Not much going on, but still. I'm actually trying to remember. Is much going on? Like, did anything happen since last stream? I mean, I know, like, I watched Traders NZ, I watched A&W. Um, Outside of that, I generally don't remember. But either way, oh, wait, Circle's coming back. That's a thing. Um, But yeah, I mean, this stream will obviously just continue the player ranking of it all. I'm actually streaming from a slightly different setup than normal, mainly because I realized that I don't actually have to be like, because this is the thing that's been annoying with the player ranking of it all. It's like by the end of the player ranking, I'm in actual pain because of how I'm sitting. To where I kind of realized I don't actually need to be in front of my TV screen anymore because I'm not even fucking playing a game or anything. So, I did change the setup a little bit, at least while we're doing the play ranking stuff, because again, I'm not having to play a video game. Either way, who has first circle come back? That's fine. I mean, I don't really care that much either way. Like, I'll watch it probably. I mean, like, am I that excited for it? Not really, but like, I think it sounds interesting. I mean, I don't love the fact that it's like half celebrities, half newbies. Like, obviously, it just feels like them copying the like the traders sort of format, or like the format that we like and like got to get out and like all these other shows. Like, I don't know if we need that format exactly, but like, I think the fact that it's like it's kind of like Big Brother esque, right? That's like live, like it's gonna be like airing as it's filming, and there's gonna be like fan votes and that sort of stuff. Like, I think that's interesting for the Circle. I think to like essentially make it like a hybrid of the Circle and Big Brothers. Again, interesting concept. Um, yeah, I don't care about the next. uh, did picking Aubrey as my winner for Edge of Extinction scar me? Yes, yes it did. Genuinely no, but yes, I'm gonna say yes. The Olivia drama is kind of insane. Yeah, that it is pretty insane. um, and like just kind of sad, really. But yeah, it is insane. Um, yeah, Cage 4 at fucking Nintendo was very funny. Again, like I don't know who like would have ever expected that, but okay. Um, what's the Olivia drama? Yeah, apparently Theo's cheating on Olivia. Um, 24 people. What are we talking about for Circle? Um, so Danielle campaigning for Josh and she looks good. Which Danielle are we talking about? But yeah, yeah, Trump got booed, which that's good. Yeah, yeah, it's like it's sad. Like the Olivia Theo thing is obviously just sad for like Olivia and her kid if it's true. Which, I mean, too fair, there's like video in it. Like because like what happens that like his like the one he had a kid with, like his first kid with, like released like a video like exposing him or whatever, and like there's literally like clips of like him talking about it and everything. So it's like, yeah, that's not great. And like, could those clips be taken out of context potentially? But like, still, it's definitely very damning. Oh, that 50 for you guys is so fake. I don't know why people believe it. But yeah, I did see like someone post it like as if it's real. I'm like, what are we doing here? Um, will GT 6 be on the only November game? I believe Godzilla Destroy All Monsters is coming out in November. A remaster, clarify. Also, Barbie Rewind is coming out in November. So how dare you claim that GTA 6 is the only November game? Um, Josh made top five. That's good. Wait, is he still there? Like he's still there, right? He's not eliminated yet. Um, should I like care enough to watch the? I mean, I just saw the clip, and then like I was like scrolling through the video, and then like just saw there were like actual videos of. It. I'm like, oh, that's pretty shit. Um, can we switch to the best summer game show? I don't know if I had the best. I don't know what is the best actually. I thought all of them were pretty good. Like I think this has been a like this was a pretty good like what do you, I guess it is just Summer Game Fest now, right? Is the name of the like but either way like E3 sort of season. Like all the showcases I thought were very good. Um Yeah, doing a show for 117 days, especially like a Big Brother esque show where you're just stuck in a house, just feels miserable. Um, I'll find my premiere ranking when talking about the Thailand premiere about school year picks. That some people are idiots and can't pick. Felt like I did get Jan. I mean, yeah. I mean, Jan and like Crystal, or not Crystal, Susie. Wait, was it? Wait, it was Susie, right? No, it was Jillian. It was Jillian that did the pick. No, right, it was Jillian that picked Susie and Crystal in Gabon. That's what I'm thinking of. Barbie Rewind would be one of the top 3 games of the month. Yeah, I know. I can't wait. And who wouldn't want a remaster of his like 16 Barbie games? By the way, the only reason I know this is because I've I guess I'm obsessed with physical media at this point. And yeah, I watched like videos of like all the games coming out on physically during this month or whatever. I saw that Barbie Rewind is coming out. I did not pre-order it, so that's something. Will I eventually? Who knows? Will I get it eventually? Who knows? Again, but I haven't yet. I did get Godzilla though, or pre-order Godzilla. I did see the Until Then finally got a release date. I've had that pre-ordered for like a year and a half, literally. But it finally got a physical release date, so maybe I'll play that at some point later this year. Jordan wants to go back to the challenge. Yeah, I saw that, which that's fine. I don't know, whatever. The question is, will the challenge even be there for him to go back to? But yeah, that'll be whatever. 52 was halted for severe storm, and it's not because of tsunami warning. Is that a thing? I generally have not heard like really anything about 52, but I haven't been like looking. Yeah, I'll be honest. I'll be okay if the challenge is gone too. I don't like. Would ideally be there, yeah, but like it's not like a major loss for me. I feel like there's other shows that like. Actually, generally at this point, like I feel like I would actually be fully content if it was just Survivor, like Survivor US, Australian Survivor, Big Brother, US, and then like Traders, I guess. I don't know. It's like I feel like I'm in this spot where like I don't need as much reality TV as we're getting. Um, yeah, especially with BB Can. Like BB Can also will be interesting to see how it plays out. Again, I already said that I'm not like that excited for it really, but like we'll see. Um, yeah, we'll see how Australian Survivor goes. It's obviously not looking great. But I don't know, it could recover. It's not just a waste of time and money for everyone involved. I don't know if everyone involved, but yeah. That Amazing Race. Generally, I kind of forgot about Amazing Race. I have been watching more of Amazing Race 31 though. From Lisa Bourne, which is still very good. Generally, like I was thinking, rewatching a season, my opinion of it would go down on it, but no, it's generally like one of the best seasons. Age of 31 was dull. Well, you're just wrong. Imagine Nisa having an actual job. Yeah, I know that'll be shocking. 2029? Why 2029? Like it'll just be next year, right? Felt very predictable. I think it is predictable, but like I think the like actual events of the season are still fun though. It's like yeah, it's like obviously the like former Amazing Race teams are gonna have a massive advantage, and it's like pretty obvious where the season's going, but like I feel like there's a lot of drama involved. There's good character stuff along the way. Like I just think it's a fun ride. Yeah, I heard about Michelle Obama going Traders, which like why not? That'd be cool. It'd be a big get, obviously. Generally, I wonder like I feel like it's very feasible, right? Like if she's openly saying that she would want to do it, like why wouldn't they just ask her? So it's like I don't know. Like I wouldn't be shocked if she's eventually on. Like obviously it's like who knows about like the timing of things and all that, but like, yeah, like why not? It is insane that Colin and Christie are Amazing Race winners. Like it is genuinely insane that they came back from like Amazing Race 5 and like are just like radically different team and then like one, what, 16 years later? Um, would you rather? What is would you rather? I don't even know what that is. Um, what's new? Not much. Just been working on the player ranking for the Survivor player ranking, which is never getting finished. Um, weird. I made a predicting Jeff Probst's favorite moments of every season and not my favorite moments of every season. Like generally it just comes down to like whatever like really it's like that was more so like I wanted a Jeff Probst video only for it to bomb. I believe that one bombed, right? But again, there used to be a time where Jeff Probst videos would do very well. I guess not anymore. um the Shenmue 3 of Amazing Race. What is the Shenmue 3 of Amazing Race? Well, Amazing Race 31? Is that what we're saying? Um, I've seen like a couple random things about Love Island. Not too much though. Genuinely, like I've kind of just like scrolled through. Like I haven't really bothered to like stop down and actually look at like the posts themselves. You know, I've seen like a lot of posts. Um, was this is 52 21 players? I would assume so, but I don't know if we know yet. Like we know it's 3 tribes at least, or at least there's a point where it's 3 tribes. Oh, did Theo respond? I didn't even know Theo responded. Interesting. I didn't even see Theo's response. Let's see, is it this one? Let's see. You're only seeing a cut through abuse, but you're laughing at this. Yeah, sure. I mean, cool. Good for him. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother reading all this, but like, yeah, I mean, I I mean, like, either way, it's like, it's still a fucked up situation. Do I agree with any of these? What is this? They're like 21 or 18 players better. Probably 21, just because I think the tribe dynamics are more interesting with 7 instead of 6. But like, ultimately, there's probably like other like, it's like really neither, ideally. What's your survivor tick that always get you downvoted? Um, what is my take? It's probably that Joe Hunter's the greatest player of all time. That's probably my take, right? Did I say 6, 7? 51 is more women, so I assume 52 is more men, potentially. I mean, I already have a lot of encore episode ideas. It's just a matter of like when will I actually bother doing them. Is Joe top 75? I think he ends up being top 75. I don't remember. I think he is. I forgot. Actually, is he? I generally don't remember. I think he was. Generally, it's probably my Winners at War being top 10. I don't think that's that. Like, I feel like there's a lot of people that have Winners at War top 10. Like obviously it's not a universally, but yeah, it's not like a universal opinion or anything. But like, I think there's definitely people that do think that too, though. It's not like it's not the most wild take. I feel like. Do I think Dan won Destination X? No, I'd be surprised if he won, but I don't know. Couldn't tell you. Someone lists her top 6 is unpopular. I feel like that's also not unpopular. I feel like people really love someone else at this point. Like we're talking about season wise, I think Australian Outback being last is one of them. By the way, I'm actually looking for the fucking
REI.
Okay, cool. Because I posted the link to the spreadsheet in the description of the VOD, so that's where I'm having to find it. Yeah, so I guess we'll do that, and then I guess I'll pin it. Like that'll be for when we do the player ranking. That's a spreadsheet to what the current like the player ranking looks like right now. Anyway, Premium had Sam Wilder 19. Yeah, I mean, sure, why not? Generally, I haven't looked at his like his entire season ranking. I would be kind of interested in seeing what his is by the end. Biggest hot take from biggest hot take is Rizzo at 150 player ranking. Yeah, I don't feel like that's that big of a high take. Like, I feel like a lot of people have Rizzo at number 1. Fucking Corey Wurtenberg had Rizzo at number 1. Like, I don't think Rizzo at number 1 on the 50 player ranking is that big of a hot take. Yeah, 50 review. It's going. I just finished writing episode 5, and I've recorded episodes 1 through 4. Is where I'm at right now. I'm essentially getting like an episode written a day, which we'll see how this turns out. I think I'm gonna if I make it by the end of the month, it'll be barely at this point. Like I would not expect me to have the review done before like the 27th, 28th or something like that of the month. Like if I get it done this month, it'll be at the very, very end. But I think I can still get it done by the end of the month. But we'll see. He has 4 new era seasons, top 15. That's pretty insane. What seasons? So I assume 45, 46, 47. What's the other one? Yeah, 50 review will have clips. Not like the Rumo video. Like it won't be that overboard, but it will have clips though. I kind of want to rewatch my BB27 review because I actually don't remember how frequent the clips were in that. So again, it might be more like the BB27 review, but again, like it'll be here and there. It definitely won't be like all the time, but it will have clips. Start to ranking early. Yeah, we'll probably just start whenever chat slows down. Ideally, we would start early because I need to get this fucking thing done at some point. No, we don't do spoiler section. Mainly because I haven't been following spoilers. Like supposedly 51 has a winter spoiler at this point, but like I haven't seen it, and I don't feel like there's anything for 52 at this point, right? But yeah, I'm not intending on keeping up with spoilers, but also maybe like when we get to the actual season itself, we'll have to see, because I talked about it earlier. It's like I am gonna eventually make these 50 spoiler Rumo video, which like when making that I'm gonna have to look at the spoil, like go to Spoiled Survivor. So I might get spoiled from that, but as of right now, I'm not spoiled though. We'll get through more than 25 players today. We'll have to see. Will I buy the Switch to play thumb wrestling? Obviously. That was very funny. The fact that they wasted time on that. Again, the 52 Cast League's not real. If we're talking about the one from before, like, unless it just happened, the one that's out there is not real. It was literally, wasn't it literally released by MemeView? Like, I'm pretty sure MemeView's the person that spread it to begin with, right? So I generally don't understand why people are taking it seriously. City just got a Firehouse sub. That's something. I've had a Firehouse sub in like, I don't know, like pre-COVID. MemeView, yeah, MemeView is now a credible source. Shockingly, I can't believe it. There's an exact winner and final 3 vote count spoiler. Again, the problem is like I don't know how real that would be anyway at this point. We're gonna like, unless it's coming from like a reliable spoiler, I don't feel like that would even be like it probably doesn't mean anything. But again, I haven't seen it. Brand's the highest placing Nicaragua player. Yeah, that makes sense. When she's only going to play twice, she made like deepish both times, I guess. Am I saying MemeView is a liar? Yes. No. I never liked meatball subs. But then again, I've only had it like once when I was a kid, so it's like I don't know. Maybe I would if I liked it, if I tried it again, but don't know if I ever will. I with meme view, I don't know how much of it is a meme. Is the thing, like, because like obviously they're named meme view, so it's like I'm assuming it's all a meme. But if it isn't, then yeah, maybe problematic to a degree. I don't know. Fuck, Mary, kill Joe, Jonathan, Aubrey. Marry Joe. Actually, that'd be pretty fucked to marry my daddy though. So, but I guess it'd be pretty fucked to fuck and kill my daddy. So I guess I will marry my daddy. Uh, then killing Jonathan's probably fine, right? No. I think Survivor Spencer regrets his channel. I could not tell you. He should. How many OK Lion accounts will make this one? All the ones that are still easy to find. Knicks win, cool, good for them. Way to do reviews for Survivor South Africa came back. I think in the way that I would do for Modern Australian Survivor in like a smaller form, like I don't know, like not a like 4-hour review, but more like a hour-long review. The new Deb Eaton, sure. What Survivor Spencer do? He lost his mind. That's what Survivor Spencer did. If Tiff won Final 5 immunity, would Aubrey's 5th place game for 50 be better or worse than her Game Changer? I think worse. Like she at least had allies on Game Changers. Yeah, Chantel Smith from Star 41 has lost her mind. Thoughts of BB Can returning? Don't really care that much, to be honest. But yeah, obviously talk about last year. Like for me, BB Can, it's just like it's a completely different production team. It's like I would be mind blown if it has live feeds. To me, it's not BB Can. It just feels like another random show being called Big Brother Canada or like being called Big Brother. It's like I don't know. We'll have to see. As of right now, I'm not that particularly excited for it though. It's just like again, we'll see how it goes. Open Era Survivors deserve short reviews. But again, it's the open era. Which I guess through that, yeah, I guess it should be open for any type of review. Am I watching Toy Story 5? Probably not. I haven't watched Toy Story 4. Will I watch Big Brother Quebec? I'm interested in at least trying out a season. But I don't know if I'll have time to actually do it before Big Brother Canada starts. Damn, seems super optimistic. Well, good for him. I don't know. I mean, like, so was fucking Colby about 50. So it's like, I don't know. Like, I don't know if that really matters much. So we're like Tyson and Tom for House of Villains. It's like, I don't know. Scenes are roughly 33 hours. Oh, wait, that's not that bad, right? 33 hours. Wait, are we talking about like full runtime? Or are we talking about like 33 episodes? If it's like full runtime, then okay, that's kind of a lot. But the thing that's like kind of, yeah, not counting ads, yeah. So it's essentially just like a Big Brother, like a 40 episode Big Brother US season sort of thing, right? 72 episodes? Yeah. I hope they don't fucking do that for BB Can. They don't do the like one episode like or like one episode a day like 20-minute episode thing. Like that'd be really annoying. Been more okay with the open era. I think it'll fix the biggest issues in the new era. I agree. Generally, like I said this at the time, like I think the open era is the best case scenario because it feels like the complete like opposite of the new era. And again, like they could fuck it up. They probably will. Like wouldn't be shocked if they do. But yeah, it literally does feel like the opposite of the new era. It feels like them essentially yeah, like because the biggest complaint of the new era at this point is how stale it is and how it's just them doing the same thing over and over again. The open era is literally the opposite of that. So it's called Trial by Fire, where they hide an advantage if the player used it at tribal. The top 2 vote getters go to fire. Like, that's been done on other versions. Like, they did that in, Actually, is that exactly the ruling of it? Was that the ruling of the fire idol in South Africa? Or is it just that the person can play it and then they picked who they went into fire with? I think that might have been that. But either way, it's like we've seen like similar things to that in other versions. I would not say it's impossible that Jeff would do that. Like that doesn't seem like too off the table. 51 will be different from an egg perspective. I saw the claims of that. I don't know if that's true though, but I know Jeff has mentioned it in the past, though, that he would be interested in trying that. I doubt it would be, like, the entire season, but it could be, like, yeah, like, maybe, like, one time they do that. I can see them trying that out. Which, yeah, I guess I didn't really say what I'm talking about. But, yeah, I'm talking about the them supposedly playing with the editing style that they're going to show a blind side first and then, like, explain how it happened after that. Which is interesting. Will I play KH4 at launch? Maybe, probably. I would lean towards yes, but I'm not like 100%. Would I hate it if there were split tribals, but the voted out players get a chance to come back into the game? Yes. I mean, like they do that in like other like versions, but yes. Because at that point, then what the fuck's the point of the split tribal? How's Aubrey's winner at postseason? Oh yeah, this is something I should talk about. So yeah, obviously I've been rewatching 50 for the review. I was literally midway through watching the Blood Moon episode before I started stream. Yeah, I think in retrospect, the Aubrey winner edit outside of episode 1 is like so fucking obvious. And like annoyingly so. Like it feels like so fucking in your face that it's like really just annoying how they portray her. Where like it really feels like it kind of feels like a Kenzie situation, but even worse because like Aubrey's just so irrelevant to the actual story of the season. To where like anytime we see Aubrey on screen, it just feels like a complete detour from like anything else that's happening. I mean, I was spoiled when watching it at the time, and I still said the edit was fucked. Like I already knew Aubrey was winning both times I watched it. Where it's like, I think the problem is that like again the premiere is awful, and I still think it's fucking awful. Everything after that, it really just feels like they're shoehorning Aubrey into the season just for like the sake of like, hey, like she's the winner, we gotta have this here. Like it's so funny how like so many of her sequences just mean nothing. Like her entire thing of like her and Tiffany leads to nothing, and it's like brought up in like 3 episodes in a row just for it to lead to absolutely nothing. We like get the setup for a relationship with Coach that leads to nothing. Like pretty much her entire dynamic with Genevieve leads to nothing. Like it's just it's like very funny watching season up to this point where like just almost everything Aubrey has like is so like it doesn't mean it, like it doesn't do anything. Like that's literally most of that tribe's content in episode 5 on Kahlo is that first there's a scene with Coach giving like Joe and Colby nicknames. There's that, but then after that, it's literally Aubrey makes a relationship with Coach and says, this is again, I know Coach is running the tribe, and this is how I'm gonna save my game or whatever. And then she like builds a relationship with Coach, and then it doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't mean anything. I was actually like, I was fine with Aubrey winning at first. It's only now knowing that she played a complete shit game that makes it annoying that she won. Again, generally, like Aubrey winning, like from before the season was cool. Like definitely not the worst case scenario. Like it's a great story for Aubrey. The problem is that Aubrey played a shit game, and it's disappointing to see her play this shit of a game and win with that. Happy Aubrey won knowing Jonathan lost. Yeah, I guess. Does it get helps that the other spoiled winner contender was Suri? Yeah. If Aubrey lost the game, how do you think they would have better? I just don't think she should be on the show. Like, I think she should be Tiffany. Like, generally she would be. Like, I don't think she would even be on the show in the pre-merge. Like, I think they would probably still set up her Genevieve feud because that was still fun content. But, like, there's no fucking way, like, her bonding with Coach makes the episode if she didn't go on to win. Even her relationship with Tiffany probably doesn't even make the episode. Maybe it does because, like, it does. Like, Tiffany is the one to tell her that Genevieve's coming after her. But still, would her dancing with Coach still make the episode? I mean, that was Coach content. That wasn't Aubrey content. I think Jeff wishes 150. I'm 3. Generally, I wondered, like, if you ranked the 50 players on, like, how much Jeff wanted them to win, what would the ranking be? Like, it would be Suri 1. Yeah, generally, who would be 2? Because I actually really don't know. I feel like there's, like, a lot of, like, contenders, but I'm not sure who actually is number 2. Because, like, I feel like you got, like, Rizzo, I think you would have been happy with. I think you would have been happy if, like, a Jenna win, probably. He would have been, yeah, Christian and, like, Devins, probably. But, like, again, who knows how he felt about Devins at the time. In terms of, like, wanting him to win. Yeah, I would assume Camilla would be kind of low. Is Jonathan still bigger than last time? He is. Thank God. Yeah, that... can't wait to use that clip in the video. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, this is his cast. So it's like, ultimately, I don't think he's upset with, like, any of these people winning. Oh, by the way, Q would also be very high on his list. But yeah, like, yeah, it's like, ultimately, this was essentially his cast. I think the only person that got on that he wasn't, like, locked in on was Ozzy, and even that, like, he's fine with Ozzy. So yeah, I think ultimately he would be happy with, like, any result here. But yeah, it is interesting to think about who, like, is the most, like, who would be the most excited to see, though. Suri winning, like, I don't know, I kind of go back and forth on it. It obviously would have been great to see Suri win from a, like, she finally got her win, like, sort of perspective. But also, I feel like her ending her legacy as, like, the definitive best to never win also has its merits, too. So, to make that video, I don't know. I think it's too far gone. Like, I don't think people care enough anymore. And also, I don't really care that much to make a video on it. I don't know. Because, like, if I were to make the video, like, it would come out in, what, July? Like, right before Big Brother? It's like, I don't know. I thought about buying that. The Ozzy We Love You shirt. I generally thought about buying it. Also, I saw that they have the Jeff Probst standee back in stock. I almost bought it, but it's a little bit more than I think I'm willing to spend. For a Jeff Probst standee that I'm probably never going to use. If it was before the Rumo video, I would have bought it. Did I ever say this? That I was going to buy it for a Rumo video. The Jeff Probst standee, like, that was meant to be in the background during the intro, the in-person intro. The problem is that it was out of stock at the time. And, like, the earliest you can get it delivered was, like, 2 weeks from then, which would be too late. So, like, see, I didn't get it. But yeah, maybe someday I'll get a Jeff Probst standee, and it'll just be there in the background of a video. Pre-filming, who were the 3 worst winners? I mean, Steph, Jonathan, probably Ozzy. Actually, I don't know. Ozzy, at least, like, legacy-wise, is interesting. Yeah, I think probably Joe from preseason. I thought about that too, the Jeff Pillow. That was another one I thought about. What do you think it is about reality shows that interest me? I don't know. I think it's a lot to it. I think it's like seeing, like, how I mean, it sounds like so fucking weird, but like seeing how, like, all these different people interact with each other, seeing like, especially within the context of a game, and seeing them, like, had to outmaneuver each other in that way. also just seeing like the humor that comes from that. Again, like the fact that you get these like great character moments. Um, Also, like I think with like something like 50, I think like the strength of that is like seeing like kind of like the passage of time, the seeing like the human. I don't know, like again, generally, I still think like one of my favorite things about 50 is Colby, and just seeing like Colby being this like representation of like how survivors progressed over time. This like 25 years of the, like development and like it running through like the history of this guy's life. Like I think that's something that feels like so impactful from 50 to me. Um I want you to remove your okay. I like read that like without context. I was like, what the fuck? And then I realized, okay, that's the quote. Um Tina and Cole being 12 or 11 years apart feels so random. I'm kind of surprised they're not more. Um if only Colby did well on 50. Yeah. Um I still think the role he had on it was still pretty good. It is kind of sad watching. So like I haven't gotten to his actual elimination yet, but I have watched him like lose the immunity challenge. It is just kind of sad like to see his last few days where he's just fucking like hobbling around and then, like seeing him like drop on the final immunity challenge that he's in, and then he's like he like yells out in pain when he drops and everything. It's like it's just kind of sad. Um Sean and Jerry not being on the season is still tragic to you. Yeah, I mean, maybe they'll be on 54, though. Maybe. They won't be, though. I would love to see Sean on it, though. Like, I did put Sean in my cast prediction, and I do generally hope he's there. Obviously, I'm not having much hope in it, but, like, I hope he, like, I don't know. Like, hopefully. Jerry, though, I think Jerry's probably done. I would be surprised to see Jerry. I don't think Jerry's declining 54. I said before, I think she says she'll decline. I don't think she'll actually decline. That being said, I don't think they pick her anyway. So I don't think it really matters. But but yeah, I don't think she'll decline. What is this? This is so fucking random. What? Okay. Like Sean Rector and Camilla? Um at this random event. And then Sean Rector again later in LA. That's kind of random. Is Zeke at that one? Okay. Yeah, sure. Why not? It's the least random grouping on the page. I mean, like, it's still pretty random. Um, Meeting Rizzo on July 12th? Well, good luck. Be sure to call him Rizzo, my man. I also find it very funny how, like, how Suri calls Rizzo my boy in, like, episode, like, what was it, episode 5 or whatever. You want to meet King Rizzo? Well, again, don't say King Rizzo. It's giving him too much of an ego boost. Thoughts on Aurora being the worst Kama player? I think it makes sense, man, because like Kama's actually, yeah, Kama's like a really good tribe, isn't it? I actually never thought about that because like, yeah, because the people on Kama that were on the bottom are the returning players. It's like the rest played like decent-ish games or were Aurora who made it deep. You don't want to meet Chopped J Maya? How dare you? I mean, there's no way they would have re-aired the Australian Outback finale, but okay, yeah, sure. I mean, Joe Anglim is higher than I want him to be on my overall player ranking. So, met Charlie in Boston earlier this week. I assume Charlie Davis. I assume not Charlie Herschel. Was that his last name? I don't know if. Yeah, I wonder if the reason people like Sean, Sydney, Jesse, Andy, Carolyn were cut was because they realized they wanted to do another. No, I don't think so. I don't. I think this entire notion of like them saving people for second chance too is like fully cope. That is 1 billion% not happening. Like there is literally 0% chance that they cast 50 in a way that they were like, well, we're saving these people for 54. We could save these people for later. Was it in their minds that okay, we might do another returnee season later? Yeah, but it's not like I think they picked who they wanted to pick for 50. I don't think it's a spot where like they were like leaving out people like thinking like, oh, we need these people for 54 because because we won't get a good 54 cast unless we have these people for 50. Like that's not what's happening. They literally just picked who they wanted to pick for 50. Is why cut Marianne? I just think they like Savannah more, seemingly. I mean, like, I think when it comes to Marianne, it's like they only wanted 3 winners. I assume they didn't want 3 female winners. They probably wanted like at least 1 male winner in there, so that Kyle's like place was locked. And then when it comes to like, essentially it was like D. Well, I guess D was locked also by the end. So like, yeah, I guess just like Savannah more. Or at least they thought Savannah's like returning storyline was more interesting. That's a Mother Eve during the rewatch. She's Mother. Not much else to say about that. Don't think Rachel's being saved for 54. I don't think she's being saved. No, I think she'll likely be on 54, but I don't think it's a spot where like they were intentionally saving her for 54. I just think they had bigger priorities for female winners, especially at the time they started. Actually, no, that's not true. Actually, I was gonna say by the time they started casting, but the winners were called later. So, but I think like from how it looks, like it feels like D was just a much bigger lock in my eyes than what I was or like in their eyes than what I was expecting her to be. Because like okay, and also like based on how the cast seemed to come together, it does seem like the initial thought was just to have 2 winners, and then the third one was added later, with like Marianne just more so being an alternate for the winners. So it doesn't even seem like they called that many like winners with the intention of putting them on the cast. So like the fact that they didn't call Rachel, I think is not really that big of an indictment in the grand scheme of things. Just the fact that they didn't call that many people. Same thing with like Jam Jam. I think Mother Eve really won't play again. I would lean towards no. I would love to see it, but I would lean towards her not playing again. Both in the fact that she's hesitant to play again, and also I don't know if she's the top pick for them. But like because like again, if 54 like has 50 returnees, they're still not gonna want more than like 4 or 5 of them, right? I don't know if Genevieve is in the top 4 or 5 there to bring back from 50. And then by the time we get to 60, it's like at that point, it's like I feel like Genevieve's role is going to be taken over by then. So it's like I would not bank on it, but it's not like impossible. Do I really think Jerry's changing her mind in a year? Yes. Mainly because I don't think Jerry, like, I think with Jerry, it's a spot where she's just bitter. Like, I don't think it's a spot where Jerry actually believes that she doesn't want to play again. It's more so just her being bitter over her being cut. To where I think if you ask her, like, if she got a legitimate offer to be on a season again, I think she will just say yes. What's the likelihood Rizzo comes back after 54 and 60? Still pretty likely. I mean, obviously we'll have to see how 54 and 60 go. But, like, I don't know. Like Rizzo's so young. That's like, there's just a lot of time to bring him back. Like, literally, like, yeah, if you, like, piece together a timeline of it all, like, he can literally be on Survivor 100. Like, Survivor 100 would be, what, 25 years from now? Like, Rizzo would be, like, still younger than what Coach is. I think still younger than Colby. If not around the same age as Colby. It's like, again, like, Rizzo can literally be on Survivor 100. Buster Rob said yes to 50. Would they have cut Kyle in favor of him? Yes. I mean, to be fair, I think they would have just restructured the cast if Buster Rob said yes. Like, if Buster Rob said yes, then at that point, they just would have winners that were winners, and they probably would have gone for, like, 4 winners instead of, like, 2. So, like, I think they probably just add Boston Rob, and then, like, probably maybe still keep Kyle. If not, maybe, like, put on, like, Jeremy. Because I don't know, Jeremy would have, like, ultimately said yes. Like, we know he said yes to the availability call and everything, but, like, actually, too far, he went to the process. But anyway, like, I again, Jeremy, like, himself wasn't, like, super, like, thrilled to be playing again, even though he said yes. So it's like, I don't know if he said actually goes on, but, like, I don't know, maybe they pick him. Why was Haley prioritized for Game Changer over Sierra? I don't know, actually. I do think that's a bizarre. I mean, like, both of them are bizarre picks, but, like, I guess, like, Haley to them was, like, someone they saw some potential in, I guess. I don't know. Generally could not tell you. They would have only cast Winners of War men? Likely. We've only heard men get called, so I mean, yeah. Just, like, more Eliza or Steph? Steph. Like, the answer is Steph. Like, both are problematic in their own different ways, but the answer is Steph, though. Vatu lost the first immunity challenge, and Aubrey was the first boot. Would she be better or worse the first boot than Jenna? Probably better? I don't know. It's like, did she do that much actively wrong in that spot? Or, like, Jenna, like, blew up a good spot. Like, Aubrey didn't have a good spot to begin with, so. Why Sierra over Carolyn Rivera? I assume probably strength-wise. I don't know. Or, like, not strength. Like age-wise? I don't know. It's like, he's like, and then again, like, I don't yeah, I mean, I feel like that would have to be the case, right? I think it was more so because, like, she was taking over Natalie's spot. So they probably didn't, Natalie Anderson, to clarify. So they probably didn't want to go for someone, like, older. Like, they want someone, like, around Natalie Anderson's age. So I feel like that's probably the most likely reason. But then we know they were, like, scrambling to, like, find a replacement. So it's like, that does make it weird too, right? So we're like, why not just go for the person that, like, you... Well, I guess, like, I don't know. Like, I generally don't... Like, I would like to know more about how that situation happened. Do I think Survivor make it to 100? I saw that post. I do. Like, it's obviously not locked in, but I would say it's, like, 70%. Like, I think it's very likely at this point. Like, it's like, I feel like there would have to be, like, some major scandal, or CBS/Paramount will have to go, like, bankrupt, and even then, like, there's still a chance it gets bought by another network and whatnot. But yeah, I think, like, if Paramount stays the way it currently is, yeah, it's like, I think it's just pretty much a lock. It's just a matter, but obviously there's a lot of, like, outside things that could affect things. But I think Survivor, like, in its current spot, is, like, one of the safest shows on TV. Because, again, it's just so cheap to make. It still pulls in decent enough ratings. It, like, especially for, like, Paramount, it's one of their better, like, for CBS, I mean, it's one of their better, like rated shows, despite it also probably being one of the cheapest ones. Well, Jeff Probst will definitely not make it to season 100. I don't know if he's making it to, like, season 70. What? Better be a Borneo rep on 100, obviously. Generally, what is the season furthest back that there would be a returnee from on season 100? Again, Rizzo, I think, is very possible. But Rizzo himself would be, like, 50-something by that time. So, like, again, you would think that the oldest they're probably willing to bring someone back would be, like, somewhere in the 60-ish range. Like, age-wise, I'm talking about. So I wonder who could be that for, like, that they would actually still want to bring back by that point. Because, like, most people in the, like, late 30s of Survivor, because, like, I think, like, pre-30s of Survivor, you would think those people would probably be too old by that point. No, Leo would be fairly old by that point, right? Yeah, like Will Wall, I guess. I don't know. Ozzy. How old will Ozzy be by that point? Ozzy would be 70 something, right? No, how old is Ozzy now? No, he's 43 now, right? So he'll be 68, which is like, it's not impossible. Again, like I would not say it's likely, but it's definitely not impossible. um, Still be calling Earl Cole, surely. He could be 6'7". That is true. I like more Nisa or Christina Mills. Christina Mills. That's not even a question. How would Parvati be? Around the same, right? Should also be like around 70 or so. Will Elizabeth even be alive by then? Literally, Elizabeth's like the same age, also, right? Like Elizabeth's also probably be like 70 or something. He could be 69 too. Thank God. Thoughts on Boston Rob's response, Mike Bloom. Which thing are we talking about? Again, like Christina Mills seems like a lovely human being. Just a really like frustrating Survivor player. Is Cochran ever coming back? No, I would lean on no. Yeah, if he did not accept 40 and 50, I don't think he's accepting any season after this. Like, unless maybe he gets like a Kobe moment in his like later days and be like, and like I need to find the joy. Cochran for Traders is very possible. Cochran for like Australian Survivors theoretically possible, but like Survivor US, I think he's just like completely done. And by Australian Survivor, I mean like A vs. World sort of format. Hatch coming back, obviously. But the Aubrey win. What exactly did he say again? I mean, like he essentially just said like a win's a win, right? And that like, I don't know. I don't remember saying anything like that meaningful. Scott can wine do traders? I have no clue, but I wouldn't be shocked. Like I'm assuming if he gets paid enough, he'll do it. Like they doubled the prize money $2 million instead of using that money for Mr. Beast to make season 39 days. That's not even like a thing. Like that wouldn't even be a thing. Like they can't. Like they legitimately can't, based on their actual like contract right now. Like they would have to like it would take more than just $1 million from the change of the 39 days. They would literally have to like renegotiate their contracts to make it longer. Mississippi will be called for Survivor 199. Sure. They hear C. Easton's going to be on Trader Season 5. I doubt that's a thing that they would even know at this point, but sure. Generally, if they would not know if they're on Season 5 at this point, right? Like, obviously, there might be calls going out. I would assume there's calls out already for Trader Season 5. There's no way there's people that are, like, locked in for Trader Season 5 at this point, right? Because like, especially like knowing the timeline of like Rob Ciccinino getting on season 4, like he only had like what, not even 2 months. Like he got called for the first time when he got cut for 50 at the end of March, and they flew out in what, like June, right? It's like that's barely 2 months from when he got initially called. So it's like, I don't believe Trader Season 5's like filming for another at least couple months at this point, right? It's like at best they're getting calls right now. But I don't know. Yeah, we already talked about Michelle Obama. I think they have an exclusivity contract for 50 players. I would assume they would initially. I don't like. I would assume it's also a spot where they could like negotiate themselves out of it. But I would assume that they would have initially had that as part of the contract. Michelle Obama, I think, could. Like, it's definitely a spot where, like, again, if she, like, the biggest obstacles is she willing to, and she is. So it's like, I don't know. like obviously again, there's still like a lot of like timing things and whatnot, but like I would not say it's impossible. Any Big Brother updates? Not that I've seen, but I haven't been looking either. They hear Ted Rogers got called for 54. Well, thank God. I can't wait to see the person that's 150% the whatever fucking. What? It's making him Mitch District. What? Live feeds page went up. I thought that went up a while ago, like a week ago or so. Oh, the Tracy was fine. It was okay. Again, like nothing feels like particularly special from it. Like it very much feels like we've seen this before, but like it's okay. Or for Helen Kim to end maybe 28 players, sure. Probably because I have a field day of her, yeah, being on a show called The Traders. Yeah. Yeah, when was this? Oh, it's the day. I thought I saw something like, I don't know, at least like a week ago. That was like the live feed thing was up, but no. Yeah, I'll probably start a player ranking soon. Again, I don't think we'll. I think at most we're getting 4 returnees, and even then, I would not expect it. Like if I were to bet money right now, I would bet money on no returnees for 28. But oh, we'll see. Maybe it is. Maybe that was it. Maybe there's a YouTube stream. I don't know. I remember seeing something about like some sort of live feed thing with Big Brother. Yeah. Is there anything else I want to talk about before we get to the player ranking? I'm trying to remember. Oh, actually, I do know something. Which most people won't care. But I've made a goal for this year that I want to do at some point. I don't know when I'll do it because I need to finish the player ranking on stream first. But actually, I could literally just show it. Oh, A&W happened. It was okay. Let's see. Let's see if it opens. I've not been paying attention to Corey's top 50 players. Maybe because, I'll be honest, I don't really care. No, what does he have any interesting takes? Can you watch it? What, A&W? What are we talking about? Needs 17th house guest every year now. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked. Yeah, this. I made the decision that I want to get the world record in Survivor Castaway Island speedruns. Which would be very fucking funny to do. And it'll also be a fucking pain, but I generally want to try this at some point later this year. I don't know when this will be. Because again, I need to finish the player ranking to like actually have time to play games on stream again. And I'm not gonna waste my own time doing this because it'll be fucking miserable to live this speedrun this. But yeah, I do want to get the world record. But it's like there's only one run, and like I watched the run, and it's really bad because like the guy's not even like really trying that much. It's like 1 hour 15 minutes. So yeah, at some point I'm gonna try to get the world record. It's such a pain of a speedrun though, from what I've seen. It's very RNG based. And like obviously having to win at the end is a pain because like it also feels very random. But again, we'll see. I'll do that later. No, I need to get this ranking done. Bradley admitted he would never watch a Trader season. Interesting. Seems someone that was like, I guess he was like a big like gamer, so I guess him being a Survivor fan makes sense. Oh, it's a 4-2 jury vote. I saw a 5-1. Wow. But yeah, like I'm pretty sure I can beat the current world record just because like it's again, like the person didn't even try that much. um, but it's more so like the pain of actually having to replay the game over and over again, because like obviously there's times that you just get randomly voted out for no reason. And like there's times that you could just randomly not win, so it's like that will be annoying. But again, I'll do it at some point, but that'll be for again sometime eventually. Steal my record. Oh, I can't wait. Who I like more, Stephanie or Jeff Schroeder? I generally don't know. Like kind of the same. Play Outlaster. I know. I mean, just yeah, generally no. Maybe fun if I did player ranking of people on Survivor Wii. Are we talking about like the players that have their names in Survivor Wii, or like or what? Speaking of that, Survivor Wii also gain the world record, and that would be very funny. But also seems very annoying. Like more so in the Survivor Castaway Island, because Survivor Castaway Island's like more of like, I don't know, it's not as intensive. Like Survivor Wii, there actually is like, from what I've seen, like a decent world record for it, and it's like, fuck me, do I really want to do this? Oh yeah, Flip does stream his reactions on Kick, which thank God. Steph loves gay people, Jeff doesn't. I guess that is true. I guess again, that's a pro for Stephanie. Okay, cool. This. Yeah, thank God. Thank God, Anissa. Definitely modern Anissa picture is going to be on Love Island. Thank God that's confirmed. Road bikes is cool. It wasn't like a particularly like it seems like a fairly easy obstacle, but it was a cool visually and everything. Outlast season 3. Oh, did it? I didn't even know Outlast season 3 was happening. Or like I knew it was happening. I didn't know it was airing already. What's problematic about Jonathan? We're talking about Jonathan Young. Like depends on like there's stories about him like dating an underage girl, which like I don't know how true those things are or whatever. Then you have the like the fact that he's MAGA, the fact that he's like comes off misogynistic at points. There's a lot of like other stuff. 6 episodes came on Netflix. Do I care enough to watch it? I truly don't know. I thought we knew Megan Martin was confirming. Jonathan actually MAGA? Yeah. Or at least he's Republican. Like, I guess, like, I don't know if he's actually MAGA, but, like, it's close enough. Yeah, I did see her in the trailer. Or the opening of the premiere. I liked Outlast. Like, it's like, yeah, it's fine. Like, obviously it's not like a show I'll ever have as like my favorite show of the year or anything, but like, yeah, I like it well enough. But I'm not like dying to watch it. I'm still not even caught up on everything I need to watch. I'm still not even fully caught up on Lacey Lawrence Amazing Race watch through. I haven't watched One Piece in like 2 weeks now. What else was there? I'm not caught up on Dwight's Building the Clock Tower streams. Oh. Jonathan feels like if he won 50, he donates his. I mean, yeah, yeah. How I feel Jonas came back for Second Chance 2. I wouldn't be opposed to it. Ow, is it confirmed? I generally don't. I don't fucking follow Amazing Race news. I don't know. Is 40 newbies? I generally cannot tell you. Shouldn't be. Yeah. I think we'll start the player ranking. I feel like there was one other thing I wanted to talk about, but I don't remember what it is, so it's like, whatever. Yeah, player rank. Is the thing still? Yeah, it's still pinned. should I move things on this or what? I kind of don't want to, but also I kind of feel like it would be better, right? Because that way, like, you can follow it too, but also I kind of like having it on this. Um, ow. Oh yeah, I did start Gears of War. It's okay. Like, it's kind of nostalgic playing it, but like, it's not really like it doesn't. It's not particularly deep of a game, but it was innovative for a time now. I wonder what Purple Kelly would think about her ranking. I mean, Purple Kelly is a big Survivor super fan now, so how long will we talk about Frosty for? I can't wait. Yeah, I think I'll just do it from here. Oh yeah, that's what I need. I remember what I was gonna do now. I need to bring up the last VOD. Oh no, I already have it up, right? Yeah, okay. I mean, so also, actually, that's something I guess I should talk about with the VODs. The VOD, like, yeah, YouTube's been kind of fucking me over recently with uploading the VODs. Where, like, I think like pretty much every time in the last like 2 or 3 weeks, the VOD just won't process and just takes like a day to process. Like this time, it literally took until the following day. Like I think it took until like 4 o'clock in the morning or something, if I remember right, to process. Like 4 o'clock in the morning the next day, to process. So yeah, that's kind of shit. To where yeah, this has only been up for like not even 2 days at this point, right? So that's kind of a shame. Hopefully that like gets better. Oh. But yeah, so not many comments here. Really, well, yeah. I mean, I guess should I do a formal intro to whatever? Again, we're working on the player ranking. I think you get the point. But yeah, not anything too impactful here. Again, just when I should calculate the averages again. I'm going to. I always do. Which yeah, we'll be interested to see what those are. This one I've grouped everyone together into tiers. Should I start putting together the ranking? The problem with that is there's too many people moving around still. So it's like you're gonna have to go through the entire list again. Yes, I will. Though on the way back, it's like we're not gonna like move people between tiers and everything. It's literally just gonna be like the people in this tier rank the people in this tier. That's where they are in the list. So it'll be a quicker process on the way up, hopefully. Then this is the only one that's like actually involving the actual thing. Why is Courtney Merritt so high? Courtney Merritt's so high because she was playing optimally. I don't think Courtney Merritt is the greatest player in the world, obviously, but Courtney Merritt is at least someone that was playing optimally. Or you don't want to watch Twitch VODs? Oh. Yeah, as of right now, YouTube doesn't have ads, so probably would be better to watch on YouTube. Yeah, Courtney Merritt, again, like, not a particularly good player, but was in the majority for most of her season, was playing optimally, for, like, the end game, or, like, the end of her game, like, did do, like, good enough work in trying to, like, pull over Terry. It's like, again, most players are bad, so it's like, the fact that she was at least, like, self-interested, that's enough to be there. And then what was the other thing? Will Sims should be lower because the other people in this tier had a winning scenario. Is that the case with Will Sims? Let's see. Where's Will Sims in this? Will Sims is here. Had winning scenario. Not really? I don't know. Did Angelina have a winning scenario? Did Dan Spilo have a winning scenario? Because like, if we're talking about like a final 2, it's like I think you could argue Will Sims could win a final 2 in the same way that like Dan Spilo could theoretically win a final 2. Again, like the reason that Will Sims is here though is more so because like he was a fairly dynamic player. Like early on in the game, it's like he does do a lot of like maneuvering. He does get himself into like an actual, like he gets himself into that majority group in the post merge. I think there's enough like good stuff there to where I still don't. Again, I feel fine with Will Sims being this high. Who's the biggest Going Worlds bar? I don't think there really was a definitive one that like can't win in like any like if we're talking about like final two scenarios. I don't think there is one that like can't win in any final two scenarios. Yeah, generally maybe Rodney. Um, like it's like there was kind of a grouping of goats, but like even those goats do get votes to where like I don't think there's like again there's not really a definitive like biggest goat on Worlds Apart in my opinion. Um, Frosty gets 40 minutes. I can't wait. All right. So I guess we're like properly starting. I guess I should move chat off screen. This one. Okay. So this is where we left off. Which okay, maybe something. Okay, I don't know how much I should really go through this, but like, I kind of want to look back at Matt Bischoff. Where's Matt Bischoff again? Okay, he's up here. It does generally it does kind of bother me to put him this high. But also I think it does make sense. um, there's no open era news. This is my new like stream title thing that I keep in every stream title. Thought Rodney beats Will and Dan. I don't know. I mean, Dan claims he wins, so I generally I don't know who wins that. Like Rodney probably gets the. Actually, I don't even know if that's the case. Does he get the no callers for sure? It's not even a guarantee. There's definitely a shot they vote Will in that spot. Like Shireen probably goes. Actually, generally, yeah, I generally could not tell you. Anyway, yeah, like Matt Bischoff, I don't know what to do with him, just because like it does feel weird putting him this high, but I do think logistically, like him with Marcus does kind of make sense to me. I mean, but like he's swap screwed, but in a spot where like I like because like to me it's like more than just a normal swap screw, just because I feel like it's a season where like he had no actual like real like I don't know, there was a lot of adversity on that season to begin with. So like I think he does demonstrate a lot of good game ability across that season. Because I do think he's like really running pretty much everything on the pre-swap tribe, and they do go to a decent amount of tribals by the end. He was playing a pretty fluid game there. So I don't know. I kind of like I kind of get him being this high, but I also like it does like slightly bother me. But because like where else would he be? I guess like maybe here. I guess like MC and Justin maybe that's like an okay placement as well. And I guess I could argue that like the difference between that and Mark is that Marcus had like a cleaner endgame path. Um, would be like the difference there, and I guess like really that's the case with like these people versus the Matt, where like Matt doesn't really have like a clean endgame path. Um, yeah, it's like I mean they fuck up, but I don't really like put too much fault in them for that though. Like I think Matt Bischoff being with Matt Blankenship. Actually no, that's not really one for one either. Um, Julie Berry and Davey. I can see comparisons. How far apart are they on the ranking? Where's Davey on this actually? I assume somewhere in this range. Where's Julie? Oh no, she's there. Julie's here. Yes, I think Julie's lower than Davy, right? Oh, is that really that big of a difference? Hmm. I mean, like, I think Julie starts off rockier. I think Julie is probably a player that has like more potential than like what we actually see. Um, where like Davy is someone that like we at least like see him get build strong bonds in the post swap phase. By the time they merge, like he's like giving his idol to Christian. Like there's some like very interesting plays there, but like I do think his end game stretch is like kind of bad. Turn out maybe Julie is like too low, but Julie was like kind of like in and out of the majority at points. But I guess to be fair, Davy was too. Um, I could see Julie being like maybe in this range. But I guess these players had like the killer instinct. Julie didn't really have a killer instinct. Uh, like I could definitely see a world where Julie is like here. But even then, like I don't know if that's really a 1-for-1. Again, like I really do believe that Julie's just a player that has like it feels like she has more potential than what there actually is. Like she feels like a better player than what she actually is. Um, because the reality is that she's kind of on the bottom for like most of the season. Um, I mean, interested in Social Reckoning. I'm like, I'm not interested, but I'm not like I didn't watch the trailer and. Same applies for Davy, but I feel like Davy actually does things. Does Julie actually do anything? Like Julie, it's like, yeah, like what is like the move that Julie does? It's like she gets into like the women's alliance, but even then, that's like burning half the tribe and like tanking her win equity. Um. Also, I don't know if she beats Amy at the end. Like the men hated her. Like the men blamed her for them losing. Like I don't know if again, they definitely wouldn't be excited about her. Uh, made Twilight not flip at 9. Like again, that's my thing. Is like, is that good? Like I don't feel like Julie. I don't know. I don't even know if it's good for Julie to be with like Amy and Leanne and them. Um, and I guess like I don't know. I guess it's like it's good for that. Maybe she should play. Like I think it's like she's someone that probably needed like a pendulum strategy. More than like just riding with Amy and Leanne. Um, Starting over John Kenny. Like I guess. I mean, like yeah, but like I mean, like it's good, but it's like I think that's also like John Kenny also being bad. But yeah, it is good. But also I think there's a complaint in the fact that like Twyla's just better than her in that, right? Um, where's Twyla in this actually? Let me see something. Where's Twyla in this? Because I remember we moved Twyla up. How high did we move Twyla? It was quite a bit. Where's Davy again? Davy's here. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure. No, we haven't talked about Jawan yet. Uh, like I kind of feel like Julie. Like, where's Sydney? Sydney Gillen. Oh, she's even fucking higher. Okay, never mind. Um, hmm. Because I kind of see that too, like enabling a power structure that she wasn't like the greatest in. I think I am going to move her up. I don't know how high up I want to put her, though. I think I probably put her at least there. Do I dock Erica for participating in Do or Die? No. Davey never really flips. I mean, that's kind of a good thing. I don't know. Like I think like Julie's flip is bad, especially the way she does it, because she just like burns her, like she burns the men to where they don't want to vote for her. I think a lot of people participate in Do or Die in 41, right? I think like all but like Liana and Heather, was it? Should be above LJ. That's probably the case. Stephen Ram. I'm debating on where exactly to put her. Like maybe here? What is this tier again? Lauren Harp. Maybe here. Maybe Julia Sokolowski? I can kind of see that. Her Julia Sokolowski. Can we put Brett? Which Brett are we talking about? Brett Closer? Or what? Where the fuck is Brett Closer anyway? He's like all the way up there. Julie's too high. I think. Potentially, but I feel like that would need more restructuring as a whole. Oh, Brett LaBelle. Where's Brett LaBelle? There. Maybe it is a spot where, okay, maybe it's this. Okay, wait. See, again, this is the fucking problem. This is why it's never getting fucking finished. But yeah, I think it's this. Where's Sammy? Oh, Sammy's here. What do I want to do with this? All right, I kind of want to make a new tier of Julia, Sammy, Julie Berry, and then maybe some other people. I'm trying to remember the comparison between Julia and Sammy. Early games are similar to a degree. I mean, like again, they're obviously different, but like I think they're of a similar caliber. Yeah, generally like postmers they're around the same too. So yeah, I feel like they probably should be close. Like it probably should be them. I don't even know if Julie's really even in that. like Julie again, like generally Julie's like Julie's just a really weird player because like her early game's pretty bad. I think Julie being here, like it feels okay to me. Because like I do feel like Julie and like Reed, like that's kind of okay. Um but like it's like a bit different though because like I think the intention between a lot of these people was like they were at least like playing optimally. That's not really what Julie was doing in my opinion. Sort of like Julie feels like kind of a different. Hmm. Okay, is Julia so Julia versus Kyle Jason is tough. Yeah, it's like maybe I just do move Julie here. Because I feel like I can feel content with her being there. Um I do want to move Julia and Seemingly Lottie together. Um should they be above this tier? And generally this tier probably needs more breaking up at this point. Because I feel like Julia, Seemingly Lottie, I feel like Sophie Segretti's probably in that tier. Um War Dog is like kind of in that tier, but not really. I don't know. Like Cal Jason, I stand by Cal Jason being Deshaun. Like I think those two feel fairly similar. Um, yeah, War Dog had more control. I think his end, like the end of his game, I think is very similar to like a Sophie Segretti, but like I do think his earlier game before that is probably better. Um, maybe I do just do this. Um, I'm kind of debating on what I want to do with them. With the Sean and Cal Jason, because like part of me actually kind of wants to put him lower, but I feel like this is probably okay. Is Drea too high? Why is Drea this high? And like Lauren Harp, I guess Lauren Harp is a bit more debatable. But like Drea is someone that like I feel like Drea is probably closer just to being in this tier. I guess she was like at the center of her original tribe at least. I think that was probably yeah. She was meant to be out the split tribal of it all. So yeah, I kind of do feel like Drea probably goes lower. Or I feel like she is closer to like a Kelly Nalbandian. Um, Lauren Harp doesn't really fit in this, right? Like, again, I think Kyle Jason Deshaun, I think they're very sort of again, they're very similar. Um, Drea James Jones. I could see the comparisons. I feel like James's end game is probably worse. at least I think we see like we see James get into like confrontations and that sort of thing. Um, where like I feel like Drea like kind of has like different issues to that, but then again, Drea's kind of issue towards the end games. I think she kind of gets too passive. Um, what's the worst way to win a jury vote? What does that even mean? Oh. Um, Kelly's Josh. I guess. Oh. Like ultimately, I feel like it's just a spot where like I feel like these two tiers are not that far apart. Like I feel like this tier and then this tier are like pretty much the same. Um, like there's really like not much of a difference between them. Um, I'm still debating on what to do with these players because I feel like they should be either above or below. Um, hmm. Who do I expect to regret their spot after making the list? What the fuck? How would that even happen? That like that you won because people voted for you to get second place? I mean, like I don't know. That seems like so unlikely to happen because at that point, like, why would they even vote for you if it's actually that close? Um, uh, yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking. Is that like it feels like kind of a it does feel like kind of a weird like I feel like there's like kind of a lot of people in like because I feel like Lauren Hart probably also is in this. Um, and like Kenny probably also is technically in this. Um, like this is kind of a tier of players that weren't like necessarily like consistently running the game. Though were like very like fluid players. Though we're still like pretty sloppy. I think it's kind of what this tier is like amounting to. And I feel like Kenny also fits into that. Um, I Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to. Okay, fuck me, dude. Again, this is gonna take so long. Dude, we're never finishing this. Like, I haven't even gotten to the fucking like. We haven't actually even gotten to Purple Kelly. Um, who's in the tier above this anyway? Okay. Um, I think this is a tier. Okay. Should I just make room? I think I need more room. Okay. Yep. Cool. Uh, okay. Cool. Okay, well, this is still a mess. Let's move these people down. Again, like, I feel like these people here are all, like, pretty similar. Then, yeah, I don't know what to do with these people. Where they kind of feel like, I don't know. Yeah. It's like, yeah, I generally don't know if these people should be above or below. Give it to your tribe names. Again, I don't need to fucking be wasting that, like, even more time on this. I think Julia Rosenberg should be high. Where is Julia Rosenberg in this? I think she's playing optimally, but her game is still, like, just all over the board. Like, she's not even in the majority for most of it. Like, is my bigger complaint with Julie Rosenberg. Where is she? Like, down here? Uh, mm, Oh. Again, like Julie's just like, yeah, it's Edge of Extinction, but it's like, do I really want to be doing that for every fucking person? It's like really taking the context, like the entire fucking scene. Like, oh, this person gets extra credit for being on Edge of Extinction. It's like, dude, at that point, it's like this is literally never gonna fucking end. I don't know if she, I don't know if I agree that she's better than Angelina, but I feel like her being closer to Angelina does make sense. Um, mm, like I'm looking at the people there. So like Nora and Heather, like they had winning scenarios. Like they're like pretty different from Julie. Yeah, fuck it, whatever. I'll move Julie there. Yeah, I do think she was playing optimally at least. Um, and but thinking about that is that she's not even like even by the time like final six, she's not even in the majority. Like even by that point, it's like she's technically on the outs and only being like kept around because she's a goat. Um, I'm generally not even gonna fucking bother answering Big Brother questions. Like generally, I don't care, and also there's just like so much of the player ranking to go through. That's just like yeah, not even gonna bother to be honest. Um, what was the thing I was still doing? This. Uh, let's see. It just kind of okay. So like the thing is like this is a grouping that feels like it should be here. The problem with that is I think when you look at like the individual people within it, it doesn't feel right to me. Um. Okay. Well, did not mean to do that. Um. But like I think in terms of like the structure of the list. Um. Just sneak Vincent's ring. What are we talking about? Like Heidi's there. again, like Julia versus Cal Jason, it's like I think Cal Jason was definitely a more aggressive player, like had a lot more influence early on. Like was like really like completely running the Braun tribe, but then his game's like completely shit in the post merge. Like I'm still debating what to do with like Brent LaBelle. Like part of me does kind of want to move him higher. Mick and Xander's not the same thing, right? Dude, generally, dude, this is never fucking ending. This is never fucking ending. Um, yeah, he's probably at least Lauren Harp level. He was at least like playing optimally, was trying to get to his ideal Final Three situation. You can argue that he was almost there. Um, but like that's actually like better than Lauren Harp. Like Lauren Harp didn't really have a path to the end. That was a pretty big threat if she got there. Um, um, yeah, dude, I don't even fucking know. Yeah, he for sure wins like Ken Hanna Final Three. Oh, yeah. Like I think the argument is like, does Ken still vote out David? If Brett is there. Uh, Not really any major news. I mean, Circle's coming back. Outside that, not really. I think maybe here. Is this where I put Brett? Like with the Roger Pascal, like these people that were like moderately screwed. I kind of want to go here. Um, what number are we on? What in terms of players? We literally have not done a single person yet, which is the fucking sad thing. We're literally changing things that we've already gone through. Um, uh, I'm still trying to figure out what to do with this grouping. Like ultimately, I feel like this is a spot where I think these tiers are just kind of merging. Like it's just kind of a they're like not that far apart. They're all just like fairly similar. Um, like they're all people that like were dominant alliances at a point, but they just don't stick. Um, I guess like to be fair, Jamie's a bit different than that. Like Jamie, like just got like went to merge down numbers, so like maybe that just puts her like here. Or like all these other people were like people that were in majorities and like lost those majorities. Um, I'm pretty sure. I guess like arguably with Kelly, but like that's fine. And like Drea, but actually really all these because they're three tribe seasons. But um are these people below? I don't know. Again, it's like and like maybe I should break up this a bit more. Maybe because I feel like maybe there is a difference between like I feel like Julia Sokolowski and Sammy. I think that's like fully a parallel. I think Sophie Segretti is in that. Jamie lost Frosty. Yeah, but it's like she was already down numbers anyway. What's the next one of my favorite seasons? I mean, Ken's kind of like Joe Hunter coded. In that, like, he's kind of funny at points, but like not on purpose. Um, I kind of feel like Lauren. Ah, dude, Lauren's such a mess of a player too. Fuck me, dude. Um, yeah, Ken was Edgic frontrunner. Like, because I think there's an argument that Lauren could be like closer to here, but she didn't have as much of a stranglehold early on in the game, though. It's like kind of the issue of that. Again, this list is such a fucking mess. I can't believe that ranking 751 people is hard. I can't believe that. Yeah, but Xander got to the end. And had a path to the end. Lauren didn't even have a path to the end. Like, Lauren would have had to win out to get to the end. Mm, I I think I'm gonna go with this below. I don't know. Dude, fuck me, dude. This sucks. No, I think there's a difference between Carla and Lauren. I think Lauren's early games rockier. Like, Carla had a stranglehold on Original Tribe, decided pretty much everything on Original Tribe. Lauren didn't really have that. Post merge, you can argue Lauren is probably better post merge. But I guess like Sunday is there, and for the like, there's not that much of a difference between Lauren and Sunday. Yeah, because I'm not doing it on the link. That's why I talked about earlier. Is that like, do I bother? Because like yeah, do I actually make the edits on the spreadsheet on the link or do them here? I'd rather just do them here on my actual desktop because that's where I have been doing it before. So there's more active player than Lauren. I don't know if that's the case. I think Lauren's an active player. The problem is that she just made the wrong decisions on who to go to the end with. Like, I think Lauren was a very active player, so that she was like enabling Jam Jam and Carson. So they played well. I mean, again, like, this is a tier apart still. Yeah, I'll do that. Again, like Sammy, the big thing that like I kind of want to do this, but the issue with that is I feel like Sammy being below James feels weird to me, and also Julia being below Kyle Jason, even though I could see it to a degree, like I could argue it, but I think I do keep this. Again, I could argue Julia versus Cal Jason. I don't think that's like the hardest thing to argue, but like I feel like my gut says Julia's better though. Yeah, when will I ever do Survivor Duels at this point? Probably never, to be honest. I think the thing that's bothering me here is I kind of feel like Tammy should be closer to this grouping. At least Tammy also like was in a power position and lost it. And like I guess she's like less at fault for it. But like these are more people that just like came into the merge down in numbers already. I think I'll keep this. I think I'm willing to keep this at this point. Am I good with Julie Berry being here? Yeah, I think that's fine. I don't know. Should she even move up maybe a little bit more still? That way I miss these. I think I'll keep her here. Again, I could argue this too, though. I think I think the issue I have is more so the concept that these players are players that I would say are playing optimally. I don't know if Julie's necessarily playing optimally, but also I feel like Julie was doing some good work like towards the end of her game. So yeah, I think it evens out to where like I feel like I'm fine moving her around there. Okay. Keyboard. So now let's actually get to the dude. Why is that not working? There we go. Also, while we're here, I guess we'll do this real quick. Let's see. I am going to the spreadsheet. I'll update the spreadsheet every now and then. So open that up here. Yeah, I would rather still keep it like the main version on my desktop, especially because of formatting reasons, because it's gonna bother me. Because if I paste this back, the formatting is gonna fuck up. So I'll still keep the original version on here, but I'll update this periodically. Okay, that's part of the reason why. This do it this way, I guess. Cool. Is that gonna work? I think that worked, right? Yes. Okay, that worked. Oh, wait, did chat get on screen again? Let's do that. Was Gabby actually playing out? I think she was. Like, I mean, I think it's a spot where like Gabby was fucked either way, and like I think her recognizing that she needs to do something to gain win equity, I think it's optimal play. Where are we at now? So yeah, we're going back to the where we were meant to fucking start. Also, part of me was kind of like, this is also kind of bothering me that these people are so high when I don't think they're actually that good of players. But I guess their games are good enough to where like, yeah, fuck it, I guess we'll put them there. But like, yeah, I don't even think they're actually that good. Also, Evie is someone that like kind of to me I kind of want to put higher, but I don't know if that's really founded. But Evie was like playing pretty well at the beginning, at least. Um, but like it's still a spot where like their game just like completely crumbles in the post merge. Um, I wouldn't say an awful game. Again, like I think early on, like pre-merge, like they were running everything. Like they were in the center of like everything. Um, like I think Evie with Kelly Kim makes more sense. But like also I think the argument from last time was that like Kelly Kim at least like was like there was a swap and she was in a good position at the swap as well, right? Um, Kelly Kim and Evie are too low. I don't know. I think it's like both of them had like no path anywhere close to the end. Like made themselves like too big of threats. Like had terrible threat management. It's like I don't know. Where's Caleb, by the way? Caleb 45. Because I feel like Caleb and Evie probably should be closer together. I guess we'll get to it. Marty here, is that fine for Marty also? Like I guess it's a similar thing of like he ran his original tribe, like overcame some adversity, but really had no endgame path. I guess it's around the same. I don't think we've gotten to Rebecca Borman yet, have we? Anyway, Kelly Purple. Where's Kelly Purple gonna be? I think last time I had her here and I just moved her down just like because like there's no one else with her. But like, oh, is she just at the bottom of these people so far? Like a very passive player, didn't really have win equity. Wasn't disliked, but also there's not really much to her game. So yeah, it's like they're probably she probably will end up moving down. I think ultimately. Because like even by the time she gets even by the time she quits, she's already kind of on the outs, and like she's really just kind of being dragged as a goat at that point. Um, so yeah. Again, we'll just leave her there for now. Still. Then we got these people. Like this is the next tier we're at. The general. Okay, so like looking at this tier. Okay, I guess there's actually not. I was gonna like I was gonna try to like mix meal together, but then like they don't really fit that well. Because I don't feel like the general is like really that comparable to a lot of the people here. But this is really like a tier of like a lot of these players just kind of like in and out of majorities. There's some like good, some minor good things about them, but um, yeah, the general like ultimately like is he really that different from someone like I guess a Keith Famey like end up running the game with like Tina and them. Like the general ultimately is like a player that like he was in the majority for a lot of the season, and then like it kind of goes downhill because of things that like he had no control over. I think like so we're like obviously like in a way like he's essentially just like Tammy, right? I think the difference is that Tammy had more win equity. I think Tammy is more respected in the game. The general's more just like kind of there. Like I think it's tough for the general to win, but I feel like the general also doesn't do that much wrong. Um, like he's like kind of a player that like doesn't do much wrong, but also doesn't do much right. So I don't really, I don't really know where exactly to put him with that. Um, I don't know. I feel like he's probably still around here. I don't know. I still feel like like Jamie Dugan I think was more like kind of running her group, right? Like she was still like the center of like her PG and Eric. Um, like I still think she was like an active player there. Like the general, I don't even think is like a particularly active player. He's just there with John and Tammy. Um, and I think the general. I mean, like probably Kelly Purple. He should probably be above Kelly Purple. But the general being like somewhere in this range, I think is still fine to me. Um, she took Eric's virginity. Well, thank God. Um, I think Dave Johnson, you could argue being a bit higher. Like ultimately, he was kind of outnumbered. Well, actually, no. I guess the difference is that he technically came into the merge with numbers, um, and then lost them. Um, yeah, I feel like the general. Hmm. Oh, okay, maybe what should I do with the general? Because actually, I do think maybe he should be above like these people. I feel like I'm more impressed with like James Millard and Dave. Um, maybe I think like Dave. I was kind of thinking like probably putting him in like this grouping. Um, but maybe he is worse. Or like maybe he was just fine. I don't know. Let's see. Dave Johnson versus Marty. Dave Johnson versus Evie. Like, I'm literally ranking Dave Johnson now. That's why I'm talking about Dave Johnson. Um, yeah, I kind of feel like him joining this tier feels kind of fine. Um, stream cutout? What? Um, but yeah, the general. Okay, the general. Where should I go with the general? Like that feels too high, right? I feel like this feels too high. Maybe the general here, actually. I can kind of see him there. Because I do think he struggles to win the game, but I don't think he does that much like that wrong and was in the majority for. Yeah, I can kind of see this. Um, I feel like Steve Wright probably should be closer to this tier. Because actually, Steve Wright in the general, I don't think is like that far apart, right? Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. But thinking like Joe Campo is there, I think is kind of an issue. Because I feel like Joe Campo is also just them, right? So maybe I don't know, maybe it's just maybe he's here? Actually, I think also him being above Becky Lee feels weird too, right? Because it's not like the general is like playing independently also. Like because at least like someone like a Courtney Merritt, Shane, at least they were trying to do things to benefit their own games. Like the general wasn't really doing that. Like he was like playing for like the team. Um, which is kind of the issue with like a Becky Lee as well. Maybe here actually. Like maybe he's like closer to like these people. Like he's kind of like a Romeo that didn't even get to the end. Steve too low. I don't know. Steve's just like one that it's like I think he has a lot of good instincts for the game, but ultimately he doesn't really get to demonstrate a lot of it, and then also he's like not playing for a win. Um, and also by the end he kind of gives up. Um, like I think Steve is just someone that like I don't think he necessarily has like the killer instinct. Um, because like I think there are parallels to put between like him and like a Debbie. But I think the difference there is that like Debbie has like the killer instinct to like turn on coach. I don't think Steve has that. Um, yeah. All right, Jamie Newton. I think Jamie Newton being below. Jamie Newton again, like at least was trying to play optimally, but also even then he couldn't really win. Um, Same with Charlie. I think the thing about Charlie is that I feel like Charlie got more screwed out of a position than Steve. Or like Steve, it's like okay, he came into the merge down in numbers, and if he came into the merge, he would have won. Like with Charlie, it's more so like I think they were like actually screwed over by like a swap that screwed over Marcus, and like I think it's a more screwy situation for someone like a Charlie than someone like a Steve. Um, where like Charlie is someone that to me should have actually been a runner up. Steve is someone that like I don't know, like should he have been? I don't know. Like because like to me it's like with Gabon, it's like Gabon should have been a Marcus win, and it should have been like Charlie was runner up and whatever. Like with Steve, it's like again they just didn't really have the numbers, and it's like it's a theoretical world, but like it doesn't feel like a practical world. Where like the Charlie Marcus world feels like that actually is what should have happened, which like it's arbitrary, but like that's just like kind of how I view it. Um, um, I think ultimately maybe Dave is here because again Dave did blow a lead, which I think is like kind of the trend I'm trying to build up here. Same thing with like Nate. Frosty's a bit different. Frosty might be closer to here actually. Like I feel like Frosty's closer to like Gretchen or Greg. For I guess Gretchen, you can also argue like blew a lead. Um, I feel like Nate's above Sundra. I don't. I think Sundra's better than Nate. Like literally on the original tribe, Sundra wins the battle over Nate. I mean, Sundra got above Ozzy in the like. Sundra got the like top 3 of her pecking order. So it's like I don't know. I think Sandra's better than Nate. I don't really have qualms with that. Um, like I think Nate did good work to survive as long as he did, but I think ultimately he's just kind of on the bottom for most of his game. Um, he did do well integrating with the whites. That is what he did do well at. um, yeah, fuck. I think actually maybe putting him with like a Frosty. I think Nate and Frosty kind of make sense, right? As like kind of a both of them like did well integrating themselves within uh like an alliance they weren't originally a part of. Um, I think it's like Sydney, but his alliance lost. I think Sydney did a lot more like I think Sydney was a lot more fluid than Nate was, but also Sydney was like I actually think it's very different. Like Nate was on the bottom almost the entire season. Like Nate was good at surviving. He was not good at almost anything else. Like generally, like look at Nate's game. Like he's on the bottom of the original Black Tribe. Like when he's blindside when Seikyu goes out. He's the next to go if they go to tribal again. If they like at the swap, he then is siding with JP when he doesn't want JP to go home. JP goes home. Um, he then like I guess you could say he's like the reason Stephanie goes home, but that's not good considering that's like one of his only like people there. And then yeah, he gets close to the white people and gets aligned with them, but then also he's like blindsided when like Jenny Guzan Bay goes home. I mean, he gets screwed by a ball twist of being like of not I'm like he gets screwed out of like fourth place. It's not like he was winning the game. Um okay, I don't think Nate is that great. It's like I think there's good stuff there from him being able to like get in with that group, but like he's not actually that good. Um because like even like comparison to someone like a Julie Berry, like at least Julie Berry was able to like get into like at least a top 3. Like Nate was still just on the bottom of the white people group. Like he was really just like a tag along there. Um um, I'm debating on where to put them though. Um Because I feel like Marty and Evie just feel like a slightly better version of Dave and Jamie. Does Nate beat the Whites if he gets the end? I don't think so. From what I believe the POC were like very upset at Nate, weren't they? Like I'm pretty sure that's a thing that like I know Rebecca was like someone that was like that at least. I know she was like very anti Nate because they felt he was like a traitor to the like yeah he like betrayed the POC to side with the white people. Um, they're like I'm pretty sure there was like a lot of animosity towards Nate on the jury. Um, people like Cookout, so yeah. Uh, I do think Marty is better than Evie, but I do think Evie does have a lot of like I think the like game wise, I think Marty's game is better than Evie. I think Evie is actually a better player. Like I think if Evie were to play again, I would have a lot more faith in Evie than Marty. I think Marty is like someone that people actively dislike. Evie is someone that people do like. Like I don't think there's anyone on 41 that says that they dislike Evie. Um, what do we do with Nate and Frosty? Maybe they are here. Maybe Nate, Frosty, like Noelle, Franny, maybe those sort of people can kind of become a group. Because they were all like people that were able to do some like decent recovery. I mean, maybe like Nate, Frosty, Noel is probably more appropriate. Um, I guess like Jenny being above Nate is maybe a little bit questionable. But to fair, I can see it. Okay, I kind of want to do this. I kind of want to do Nate, Frosty. Hmm. Like, I kind of want to do a new tier here of Nate, Frosty, Noel. I'm not sure what to do with Franny. Franny's kind of a weird one. Hunter, I think, is lower. Hunter, okay, I think Hunter is like where Gretchen and Greg are. Is Scott, should Scott be where Jamie is? I actually feel like maybe that's a bit more apt for Scott to be closer to where Jamie Newton is. I think Jamie's early game is much better than Nate's. Like Jamie, I think was a lot more integral in the like the Raro tribe dynamics early on. Like she was like leading the that women's group that was there to take out like JP and that sort of stuff. Evie with Hunter. Um, I think it's very different, but I'm trying to think of like, do they equal each other out? I don't think so. Because like Evie's someone that's like so likable. I don't know, it's like with Hunter, it's like Hunter's not really this like social butterfly in the way that Evie is. I feel like. Um, I feel like they're very different players, but I'm not sure. What am I doing with Franny? I feel like Franny and Evie maybe is more comparable. Franny's better in challenges, but I think ultimately them being in the same ballpark isn't the worst thing in the world. Um, I mean, like Hunter was liked, but Hunter didn't really have many like social connections in the game. Where like, Hunter is someone that like I think a lot of his positioning was really based around his connection with Tevin. Where like Evie is the Tevin. Um, so like I feel like they're very different in that way. Uh, where I think they're like overall like the roles that they play in their alliances is very different. Where like Hunter's like the beta, Evie is the alpha in the group. Um, but also like the difference is that like Evie is such a like even though Evie is the alpha, Evie's also like such a massive like target to where like I don't know, it's like I just feel like they're very different. Um, uh, okay, I think this is fine. Marty feels like just like a better version of this. Maybe Marty and Vetus actually. I can kind of see that Marty Vetus. Um, maybe Greg and Gretchen move down to this because you can. I think you can at least argue the fact that they could have had a Pagong majority and then fucked it up. Um, because with them, it's a spot where like Are we back? Yeah, okay. That was funny. Yeah, I accidentally unplugged the mic. So, cool. We should be back. Sound funny? Oh no. Let's see. Wait, let's see. High pitched voice thing? Let's see. Hello? Oh, well, okay. Cool. Uh, did that fix it? Let's see. I don't think it did. Oh, did it? I legitimately can't tell. I'm just gonna do this real quick. Check the settings. It should be fine. Like, it's definitely better than what it was. Yeah, it should be. Okay. Cool. Well, that's great. All right, back to it. What the fuck was I doing? I don't even fucking remember. Marty and Vetus are together. That's cool. Hunter is something. What am I doing with Hunter? Um, hmm. Is Hunter with them? Like, Hunter came. Okay, that was kind of funny. Hunter. I don't think Hunter really fits with these people. Like, none of these people really fit with with Hunter's game. But I think he is around this caliber. Actually, is Hunter like Jay Byers level? Like Jay Byers and Hunter, I think maybe there's like some parallels there. Uh like Benry, I don't know what to do with Benry. Like, he's not really like he's just such a player that's like in and out of the majority at points. Like, I guess there is like a lot of Jamie Newton comparisons. Um Hunter's 100 times better strategically. I think Jay is like maybe underrated in that like. I don't know. I think they're not that far apart. Also, is Hunter really that good strategically? Oh, like generally, like I don't think there's that much of a difference between Jay and Hunter. Strategically. Um, if anything, Jay's better strategically. Yeah. Uh, I mean, Jay didn't go out with an idol in his pocket when he knew that everyone was voting for him. uh, above or below this? Um. I think Marty and Vetus I actually want to put closer to here. Because I actually feel like they're probably closer to like a Kelly Kim. Um, mm, Jaden go with Troyzan for some reason. I mean, the funny thing about that is that he actually like Jay the previous round wanted to, right? Or like at least considered it more than Troyzan. Troyzan shut him down, and then the next round Troyzan is doing the opposite. Adam kind of got someone on Outlast. Well, thank God. How's Hunter compared to Jordy? I don't know. Is worse. Like Jordy at least is like a multi-time player and everything. Actually, really, even Jordy on his original, like just his one season, is better than Hunter. Should I don't know what to do with Franny is like kind of a tough thing. I kind of feel like I do kind of want to move Evie up here. Like I do. Like I don't know if it's really founded, but I do have a level of faith in Evie to where like I don't think there's that big of a gap between them and Kelly. Like I think Kelly feels like a slightly better version of Evie. In my mind. Franny again feels like a bit different. Like Franny was like such a big target by the end of her game. Was not really running because at least like with someone like an Evie, like Evie was like running her original tribe or their original tribe. Franny wasn't. Like Franny was like kind of on the outs, but again, like again, the dynamics there were weird because of the lost vote and everything. I just could put Franny there actually. Like she's kind of like a. There kind of are Hunter parallels to a degree, just like a Hunter that like survived a tad longer because she won more challenges and whatever. Kelly should move up for recovering at merge until dance situation. How high would she go though? I'm like, do I think she's a better player than Nora and Dean though? It's like I don't know. Like obviously I could argue it, but I'm not sure if I actually want to go through with that. It's like she would probably like I think her Julia Carter. I could probably argue that pretty easily. Michelle Yi, I feel like that's very different. Like based on the structure of the list to me, it's like Kelly's either here or she's here. Like I feel like this is a tier of like kind of GOAT sort of players. Like Kelly's not that. Like Kelly's like very different from these players here. Yeah, I think I'll keep this. Again, like Kelly is just a weird player because like there's so many positives there, but there's also like a lot of negatives. But also you can kind of wave some of that away with the Dan Spilo of it all. So it's like whatever. I think I will keep Evie here though. Let's see. Where are we at now? We're at this is fine, right? Yeah, so we're at Jeremiah. Jeremiah. I think it's either here or here. There probably are like Benry comparisons. This is generally this is never finishing. Uh, um, yeah, Path 3. This game wasn't that good though, but maybe you could put him here. He's like he kind of is in this like kind of grouping of players that like had some decent recovery. Um, he's like he was someone that like like by the time like at the swap there he was able to like make good inroads, find himself with like a decent path at the end, which like technically Frosty couldn't even really do. So it's like yeah, I think him being in like this kind of ballpark um should be above the general. Where do we put the general again? Um, and the general was like just in the majority from the very beginning until like the John Carroll flip. Jeremiah wasn't. Oh, I think with the general, it's more so just like how much credit you want to give him for that. Jeremiah's a swing, and I think he played it poorly. Um, mm, could be argued he's here. But I think the difference is he's not really. Yeah, there's a still pretty big difference there though. Again, like the problem with Jeremiah is like early on he's kind of on the bottom of beauties. Um, I should say bottom because like obviously he was a swing, but like he wasn't in a good spot. Like he was in the core of the beauty tribe. Um, and he was playing that pretty sloppily, and how he was like telling both sides things that it's like LJ and Jeffra and Alexis were like really sus of him by the end. Um, someone on TikTok had Rob's winning game ranked 37th. Because he would have lost if the jury was bitter. What the fuck does that even mean? Uh, I Steve Wright is still sticking out to me. It does kind of bother me that he's like this low. Mm-hmm. Talking about Steve Wright for 30 streams, essentially, yeah. Should the general be closer to here? Should he be like Kelly Sharbaugh level? I feel like that actually makes maybe more sense, is comparing him to Kelly Sharbaugh. Which, what a comparison that is. It's like he was meant to be a similar sort of thing of like getting to the end with no real win equity. Like his plan going to the end with like bigger threats than him and John and other person, Tammy. Uh Question is, where is the general even within this? Because I feel like the general could even be below. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling that probably. Um, Jay Starrett. Is Jay a separate tier? Jay's kind of a weird one. Elaine. Like, Elaine and... That's not exactly a 1-for-1. Like, Jay is someone that, like, really survives as long as he does because, like, he has an idol and he wins, like, a challenge at the right time. And, I don't know. It feels like he's, like, very lucky to get as deep into the game as he does. Um... But I kind of can see some, like, Benry comparisons. But is Benry... It's like, this would be a spot where, like, Benry and Jay are below, right? Or are they above? I guess I could argue them being above also. Because I think both of them, like, their games start off pretty decently. Like, Benry is kind of, actually, I don't know. I guess Benry's, like, kind of a, like, he's kind of very Jeremiah coded early on in the game. But, like, he gets swapped into a good position. Then his end game's really bad. Again, Jay's in a pretty good spot for an entire pre-merge, but then makes the Michaela move, and then, like, his post-merge is bad. Like, he's kind of a more likable... Yeah, I mean, like, I would say probably above. Like, they were at least liked. Could have won jury votes. Still made it past, like, a couple votes in the pre-merge or post-merge without, like, uh, immunity or something to that nature. Which at that point, are they just here? I think they're actually probably just, like, in this tier. Because, like, I feel like Jay and Franny actually, like, doesn't feel that far apart either. And with that, I feel like Elaine's probably joining that tier too. Yeah, I would actually argue, like, I think there's a debate that she could be here. I think the problem is that Elaine was kind of on the bottom of her alliance for a lot of the early season, and by the end had, like, no end game path. Where, like, I think ultimately she's probably, like, pretty, like, Franny coded. I feel like Jay should be much higher. I don't think Jay's that good. Like, Jay had, like, no path at the end. It's like, yeah, he had a lot of win equity, but he has no path at the end. Also, like, doesn't even, like his early game's not even really that good. Like, I think at best, like, absolutely at best, he's here with, like, Kelly Kim. Uh, uh, yeah, I can kind of see it. Dude, this is never fucking ending. I'm so fucking generally, like, this entire stream, I'm just annoyed at how long this is taking. Like, I'm just genuinely annoyed, like, doing this at this point because it's like I just know this is never fucking ending. And again, like, back to that comment of like, oh, why don't you just put the list together? Like, this is fucking why. Um, because they keep fucking changing like a billion fucking people anyway. I don't even think, I think we might have done five. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Okay, I'm still like thinking this through. Because like in this world, why is Jay Byers not higher? And why is Ben Ray not potentially higher? I kind of want to move them both back down, to be honest. Is kind of what I'm feeling the more I'm thinking about it. I kind of want to move Jay back down here. I kind of want to move Kelly back down. Uh, like maybe put Jay here. Maybe put him with like Marty and like Evie. Then I kind of want to move Kelly back down here too. I am thinking is Thomas probably too high here. Is another thing that's kind of going through my mind. Um, I guess the argument is that Thomas like could have been like a Grant. And it could have been like a Chad sort of figure if he stayed in the game. The thing is, he didn't. uh, like, should Thomas be like closer to here with these other like screwed over players? Um, Michelle Yee. Like, I can see it to a degree, but I think it's very different. Uh, Jenna was good at challenges, is one of the things. But also, it's like, yeah, is Kenzie good? Uh, like I could see an initial connection between Thomas and Michelle and the fact that like Michelle was like the third in the Yao Man Earl trio. You could argue Thomas was in the Joe Shaheen trio. Um and you know what? No, I'm gonna move him down here. I think I think I actually feel fine moving him down here. I think a problem comes from like where's Justin, because Justin's like ridiculously high, right? Is that still fine for Justin? I mean, he at least does go to two tribals and like is running those two tribals. His boot is still very wonky. He didn't really have long term potential. I think it's probably the thing to call out for him. Um, Or like MC, I think probably has a cleaner path at the end. Justin doesn't. Um, just being ridiculously high is just funny. How high is he actually? I want to see this. Yeah, how high is he? He is at 254. So that's what, top third almost? Um, yeah, it is tough to say long term potential in a tribe like that, or like a season like that. Uh, yeah, fuck it. Yeah, I'll keep Justin there. I could argue it. Like I think I could easily argue it. It's just that it feels. It does feel weird to have him so far apart from Thomas. But I guess like Justin is someone that we actually see him do things, right? Like Thomas doesn't ever actually do anything. So like Thomas is like full on potential more so than um more so than Justin. Uh am I selling on this? Where did I have her again? I had her up here. See, because I think the difference with these players, I think all these people either got close to the end or had paths to the end. I guess Julia not really. Maybe Julia. Should Julia be lower then? Huh. Like I get what I was going for with these players. Um, like these players being together, I think that's perfectly fine. Julia doesn't really feel in line with them. Yeah, supposedly, like again, like Jeff love talk about like loving Justin in interviews. Um, I think they thought Justin was going to be like a villain style of player, at least. Um, or I know there's a lot of talk about how like, he's one of the like smartest people to ever play Survivor. That was like a thing. Like he had one of the highest IQs in the history of the show or something. Um, like okay, I don't think Julia's exactly this, but I guess like Julia. Maybe I do move Julia down. I don't know. Like Julia was doing okay early on. Or maybe she's like up here. Maybe I move her up here. Or maybe she should be a new tier. Um, like maybe she should. Maybe she could be a new tier with Kelly. And maybe with Jay. I don't know. Um, yeah, that's probably what's gonna happen. No, okay. You know what? No, I feel like Jay is still here. I think Jay just like dude, I'm so fucked. Gently, I'm so fucked. See, the problem is that there's so many like different like points of views you can go with this. Um, sorry, that's kind of the thing is that there's like just so many like pros and cons. Where like no matter how you think of it, there's like a reason for why someone could be higher or lower than like a lot of other people. It's so fucked. I'm kind of now thinking, should all these people be higher? I don't think so, though. I don't know. Maybe, okay, maybe higher. Maybe I move these people down. Well, not down, down. Like, maybe I move, like, this up here. These people down. Marty should not be above Courtney. Yeah, that's probably fair. Then I think Kelly and Julie are their own tier. Is kind of what I feel like. Okay, that's why did I do that? Like I feel like they're probably like there. Like I don't think their endgame paths are as clean as like these people. Um, but again, what's like the? Is there really that big of a difference between them and like Evie? Yeah, no, I guess I am moving back down. Dude, fuck it, whatever. uh, okay, cool. Cool. Let's do that, I guess. Or maybe they're like here. Because like ultimately, it's like I don't think they really had a path to the end, which is like kind of similar to like these people. Um, like they also didn't really come that close to the end. I think they also did make some like critical errors that caused that. So yeah, I think I'll leave them there. Kane, dude, it's fucking 2 a.m. by the way. Dude, we're not even. This is where I was meant to be 2 streams ago. By the way, is that Russ Swan? We're still not even there. Kane. Um, eh, where's Kane? Like he doesn't really fit into any of these. I don't feel like. Uh, Devoto of an idol, kind of. Yeah, I guess. I mean, like he thought he did, right? Generally, I kind of forgot that even happened. Actually, um, worst hunter. I think much worse. I mean, like I don't know. It's like I think his early games really. Actually, I guess maybe not. I don't know. Like there are aspects of his early game that are really bad. I guess like technically he gets kind of screwed by the Brandon idol of it all. If we're talking about like really really early game. Um, but then like he seemingly was like the next to go if they went to tribal again. Um, or like I think like I think Kane's early game is much worse than Hunter's. By the end though, like their post merge games are fairly similar. If not, Kane's is like slightly better. Um, to like, it is a much worse start, but I kind of... I kind of do want to settle on this. Like, I think he's ultimately like kind of similar to like Jay and Benry, which like I don't think anyone would ever make that comparison, but I kind of feel like that's around where he should be. Jawan, I think, is a bit of a mess. He's like, Jawan's early game's really bad. Like, he's like the first to go, seemingly. And like even at the swap, it's like he's kind of just benefited from the fact that he's swapped with like people that aren't like the people that like he's like swapping to a blatant majority. Yeah, the MC round is wonky for sure. Like he does some good stuff in the post merge, but like ultimately, I don't think Jawan's that good. Jawan might be just in a separate tier of these people, like because at least like these people were in good spots early on in the game. Jawan's not even that. Let's get into post merge. I mean, like he blindsides Nate. Like he's part of that vote. Like he blindsides like Savannah and Rizzo and them. And he's still controlling votes. The problem is that I don't necessarily agree with how he's controlling those votes, but like he is like a major swing during like the Alex vote. But again, it's a spot where like I don't really agree with what he's doing. So yeah, I think I'll probably settle on him here. And yeah, I think like he's probably gonna be. I think he's probably closer to this tier in retrospect. I guess we'll get to it. All right, let's count how many people we've done so far. We're at 354. Oh, that's more than I thought. We've done 13 people. Look at that progress. 13 people. In probably, what, 2 hours or something like that? Maybe a little bit less. That's, again, could be worse. I'll update this now. Okay. Where are we at now? All right, we're here. So yeah, now we're onto that like Rudy tier. Rudy versus Jawan. Battle of the Ages. I do last stream. I believe 25 was the number we did last stream. So again, we're on pace. I think Alex vote is excusable. Him voting out MC is more damning. Yeah. I think both are still pretty bad. I think Rudy's better. Because like Rudy also like Jawan, Rudy was like almost booed in the pre-merge. Jawan was actually like the first to go. Rudy's not even the first to go. And then like Rudy's like end game stretch is like okay. He like almost wins a jury vote. Like maybe I was like underrating Rudy a bit. Like I still think Rudy is someone that yeah, he had win equity. I think Rudy is someone that'll be done by the end of the year. I better be done by the end of the month because that's clearly still happening. I said this earlier, like genuinely, if we're not done by the end of the month, I might actually do extra streams to finish this because I do actually need to finish this. What was I doing? Do you want to get any help from Mark Burnett? Yeah, but Rudy didn't need that help until the third tribal. Or no, second tribal. Actually, yeah, it was only second tribal, wasn't it? But still, he wasn't the first to go. That's something. Um, hmm. Where do I want to put him? Kind of think like him in a lane, but no, he actually made it to the end. Or like made it towards the end. Hmm. Worse than Greg. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I mean, it's still a spot where, yeah, more times than not, Rudy's going to be like a pre-merge boot, right? Yeah, I think I'll do that. I think I'll put him above Jawan, but yeah, still below um, the other people that we were talking about. Is Kelly Purple getting too low at this point? Is Kelly Purple in this tier? Or is she just different? Maybe I think okay. I think we'll deal with this, and then I think we'll try to figure out what Kelly Purple is after that. Jan, I think Jan is probably in the Rudy tier. I think I stand by that. Could be in Gretchen tier. I would call her Purple as if it's her last name. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I still don't know where to land. Where to land her. Yeah, it's like I feel like she probably is better than Rudy because like I feel like she likely makes it deep most times she plays. She was like yeah, she was pretty well liked, just like and not really respected. Um, yeah, maybe I can put her here. Actually, generally, she might be like here, like right above this tier, maybe. She voted for Fabio to win. It's a sign of a great player, obviously. Again, that's why Dan Lembo's so good. Speaking of that, is Dan Lembo in this tier? No, he's lower, right? Yeah. Anyway, Butch. I think I'll also put here. I get what I was going for this tier. Like this is a tier of like players that I don't think they're particularly consistent. A lot of them are older players, but they got deep on their season and they had win equity. Or at least had the potential to get a lot of jury votes. Like I think Denise and Susie probably are in that caliber. Butch and Jamie Newton tier we're talking about. Yeah, I think that is fair. Like Butch definitely was like playing more optimally. I think he had like less inherent like jury prospects than a Rudy and a Jan, but I do think he was like trying, right? Which Rick? Rick Nelson? Yeah. Yeah, Lydia. I think Jamie's someone though that I would expect Jamie to do well most times he plays. But I guess to be fair, yeah, there is definitely some like Butch Jamie parallels, kind of different. Like, what if I did? What is here? Like, I think Dave, Gretchen, Greg together makes sense to me. What if this is a tier? I guess the argument, would this be a tier above or below? But like a tier of like people that weren't jury threats. I guess Scott's just a different one, right? Like Scott's not really the same. Like if anything, Scott might actually be like a worse version of this tier. But I guess like Scott and Jamie though, I can kind of see what I'm going for there. Yeah, maybe I'll keep this actually. I kind of rate, like, I feel like Butch might be actually at the top of this. And then, like, Jamie and Scott, and then Kelly Purple, maybe. I guess we'll see. I feel like that's fine now. Jane, I think, is interesting. So, like, Rick, I think also probably in this caliber. You could argue higher. Like, Rick is someone that, like, probably is a bit more consistent, right? Yeah, like, I feel like Rick is someone that, like, isn't really... And, like, maybe Denise also. But I guess Denise's win equity probably wasn't as high. But, I think you could argue... Because, like, you could argue Rick is, like, this. Is, like, Grant Matos, right? Or, like, he's essentially in a similar position of, like, he's in the Majority Alliance, but not in the core, but also a pretty big jury threat. I would say probably not as big of a jury threat as Grant, considering there was, like, an Aussie on that season. And, like, Brandon was a bigger jury threat than him. But... But yeah, I kind of... I do think he probably does move that high. And, like, the thing is, like, he was at least, like, he almost actually does make it to the end too, right? Like because like also like considering the fact that was it the Brandon vote like had that gone, like had Brandon not given up immunity in that spot, like Albert goes there, Rick likely is the third in that position. Brett tier, where's Brett again? He's like all the way up here. I don't know if he's that high. Like I think Brett's a more like active player and like face up against more adversity, I guess. Like again, that was like a very fluid season. South Pacific was not a fluid season. Just casually going up 70 spots, yeah. Yeah, I do think the argument that he almost... But then Cassandra's here, right? But I guess like Rick had more win equity in Cassandra. I feel like at minimum he probably is here for like Cassandra. Would I actually put him this high? That does feel high, but also the more I'm thinking about it, I think it can work. Is like putting him with like the Roger Bingham, Pascal, Brett. Yeah. I don't know. It's like he's not like it's like I do see the him versus Brett comparison. Roger and Pascal got screwed though. I mean, Yeah, I guess like with Rick, it's not really him being screwed, but it's just more so like something happened that it's like I don't even know how to describe it. It's like because yeah, it's not him being screwed, but it's more so like there is a revolving door that does lead to his win, or like a very likely win at least. Um, he was you could argue he was screwed because he was playing someone that was mentally ill. Yeah, kinda, genuinely kinda. Huh. I think I'm gonna do it. It feels weird having him bump Albert, but like he was actually supposed to take Albert's spot, right? I guess like Albert, like, yeah, fuck it, yeah. Rick Nelson's here. I guess we're doing that. Uh, yeah, Jane Bright was one that was debating. So I think Jane Bright is a pretty bad player, but ultimately she is like able to recover pretty well. She does survive, like, and like obviously it's Nicaragua where like it was literally an old person tribe. Um, but like she technically wasn't in danger in that group, right? Like she swaps and like ends up getting in the majority there. It's like again the problem is like she doesn't really have an end game path, but like generally like she probably should be at least here, right? Like she should probably be with like the Nate Frosty, like Noel, like sort of people of like someone that has like good recovery skills. Um, I'm debating if like could she even be higher? To be honest, she probably could. Uh, it's like the thing is like I don't look at Jane Bright highly, but Nicaragua was like kind of a decent-ish appearance from her in the grand scheme of things. Um, yeah, she was bad socially with people for sure, but like so were these people, and like she at least like could win unlike these people, right? Um, like Cloud, I mean, like fuck Cloud. What am I talking about? Scout is literally right there. Um, like is she like here maybe? Cloud's a favorite player. I do love Cloud Strife as a Survivor player. Um, yeah, I think Scout's better, but oh, here. Kind of debating between the two. And I think I'll leave her here actually. Because it's still a spot where she didn't really have a path to the end. Steve Wright. I mean, I think she had more win equity than Steve Wright. I think there's more like recovery ability, which like actually should make her higher then, right? um feel like Flip is higher. Um, I think Philip's second appearance makes me feel like um he might be higher, but also Jane like could have won, where like Philip couldn't. Yeah, I think I'm gonna put her here. I think I put her at the bottom of that tier. Because like ultimately like her versus like Sue Hawk. It's like she's a Sue Hawk that can win. Um like is she that different of a player from a Sue Hawk? Not really, but she could win. Sue Hawk can't ever win. Um so I kind of feel like Jane is there. Um yeah, still Phillips though someone that like I don't think ever garners respect. I think it's tough to see Philip win a season. Jane at least was respected by a good chunk of the cast. Um, Mind you, there were still people that like also were anti-Jane, but like still, it's like, um, I feel like she's like the bottom of this tier. It's kind of what I'm feeling. Um, Debbie. Uh, Debbie's one of these players that like feels worse than what she actually is if we're just taking her games into account. Uh, like I think she definitely should be below these players. Like she's definitely below the goats in the sense that she would have been a goat and can't even become a goat. Like I think that's something that's really bad from Debbie. Um I think like this is a tier that like she does have a lot of experience. That's true. Um but I don't feel like Philip's navigation Caramon is even that great though. Like it's still a spot where like he's this massive figurehead that like gets taken out for like no fucking reason. Um Um, Actually, is she just here? Like she's just a like she's actually kind of she might actually is she above these people? Um, because like she's kind of Jamie Newton, but like she did it twice. It's like she actually might be like the top of this tier. Now I think about it. Um, like she's a two-time Jamie Newton, I guess. um, so yeah, I kind of feel like she's there. Um, Dr. Mike. Dr. Mike is probably Jawan coded, actually. Like starts off on the bottom, like makes it deeper than Jawan, but also has like a fairly sloppy like late game anyway. Um like you could argue could he win? Like maybe. Again, if he gets the end of like Christian and Ryan, he gets votes. I don't know if he wins. He was out to be fair. Yeah, but it's like he was still never playing. Like he was still at the bottom of that group. Like it was still Devin, Ryan, and Christy were going to take each other to the end. He was still going to be voted out for. Um, then I guess that's like that's just Denise then, right? Like he's essentially just Denise. Oh yeah, there was forced fire making. Thank God. Um, Yeah, I think I'll put him here. I think I'll put him like around where Denise is. Tiffany Seeley. Um, Tiffany's the one because like I kind of grouped her in with this, but like there's a pretty big difference. The fact that Tiffany doesn't come anywhere close to the end. Like all these people are people that made it like the final five at least. Um, I think for Tiffany, it's pretty impressive she survived as long as she did. Like she's someone that was like such a massive physical liability and was still able to make it all the way to like make it through her entire pre-merge phase and everything. Um, and like despite being on like a kind of bad tribe. Um, she's kind of outside on the post merge. Where Bob rank if he wasn't a winner? Like I think it depends on when exactly does he go. Like, are we saying he's a losing finalist? Then probably like here. Like, are we saying like, is it like he loses to Susie by 1 vote? If it's that world, then yeah, he's probably like around here. Um, if we're saying like he's vote out 4, then that probably actually he's probably also still around here. But if it's like he's like vote out where like Randy was or something, then like he's probably like way lower. I don't know, way lower, but like he's probably like around here, like artist level. Um, got in better shape since 41. Yeah, doesn't really count too much. I kind of feel like the pros and cons even out with Jawan. Is how I'm kind of feeling. I don't know if that's right, but I guess we'll do it. By the way, we're at the halfway point. This is the halfway point. We're halfway. We're almost done. And by that I mean literally halfway through the fucking list. After what, 6 streams of doing this, I think now? So that's fantastic. Okay. So what are we doing now? Tiffany now, what is she a totally hot gilf? Yep, she's a totally hot gilf. Okay, what am I doing here? Yeah, this is just a mess of a tier. Like what the fuck are these people? Yeah, like Ted. Like Ted was kind of on the bottom of his group, just kind of riding with it. Um, like you can say he like tried to make a move, but I don't really though. Um, yeah, I kind of feel like Ted is just here. Like I think I stand by the placement of Ted. Penny, like is Penny higher? Like I don't think Penny. Well, Penny was still at the bottom for like Sukjai group by the time they got to the merge, but it's not really that bad, all things considered. Um, like she does go down the again. It gets okay. Go down is probably not the right phrasing there. She does get down to 3 from her group. Is there Purple Kelly, Penny Ramsey comparisons? Does she go high? Should Susie go higher for making Final Trouble? No, because she wasn't meant to. Like if she didn't win Final Immunity, she goes home there, and it's still a spot where she can't even win. Like at least these people can win. Um, so like I feel like she's like a worse version of them. Um, Hmm. Finish 007. Like, I really want to play it. I just don't know when I will. I'm thinking of Gears of War, so I was gonna try to play all the Gears of War games right now. I think I'm only gonna play the trilogy. Mainly from the fact that like I'm already playing Gears of War 1. I already feel like this is probably gonna get tedious. um, After a while, they were like, I don't know if I want to play 5 Gears of War games in a row, so I think I'm just gonna play the trilogy right now, and then we'll just see what I want to play after that. But again, maybe 007. I think in like AC4 Black Flag remake comes out in like less than a month, so probably will be time for that by that time. I don't know. We'll see. Um, yeah, Ted and Sarge, I think, are comparable. And I also feel like Boo is probably also in this range. Like, kind of like people on the bottom of their like majority groups. Um, Rory. I mean, I guess like with Sarge, it's not even a majority group, but again, like bottom of like it was still like I guess it was a majority in the pre-merge, whatever. It's like I feel like it's fine comparing them. Yeah. What do I do with Penny? Penny doesn't really feel like she fits in this. Um, Maybe Penny is Tiffany Seeley level actually. I kind of see that as like someone that survives a lot of like, or at least was very well positioned in the pre-merge phase. Um, I feel like that would like I kind of want to kick Jawan out of that tier then though if I'm doing that. Um, Maybe I do something like that for now. Is Rory here also? I think Rory probably is. I would put Rory lower if he didn't survive so many tribals in the pre-merge. Um, because Rory's not a particularly good player, but he does survive that like pre or post swap phase, which is like a pretty precarious spot. Um, yeah, I'm surprised the game's that long actually. 007. I think I would have expected to be like 10 hours. Russ Swan is probably also here, right? I think that's fine. Like because like he was going to be this in his first season at least. Like, do I give him any like credit for a second season? It's not like there's that much like that good. Um, he does survive a bit for sure. Um, but it's not like he's in a particularly good spot. Um, Maybe there. Like him versus Gretchen. I think like him and Gretchen feels kind of okay. Uh, yeah, it's like maybe this is just a different tier actually, or like at least Sarge. Um, yeah, like with like Tevin at least. Actually, even Tevin might be better. Yeah, I think Ted and Boo. I think that's like a decent comparison. Um, I mean, Sarge was the figurehead. Like he didn't really have influence, but he was like the person that people assumed was the leader of the alliance. Um, Is Julie closer to this tier? I feel like Julie and like Penny Ramsey probably should be close together. Carter. Oh wait, did I ever decide, is that good for Russ Swan? I think, yeah, I think I'll land him there. I don't feel too bad about that. Yeah, I think Carter probably moves. I think Carter's probably closer to this tier. Like at worst. Um, yeah, I think probably just here. I think maybe there's a war you can argue. Like you can maybe argue this. I don't think Carter had a particularly great path. I guess like there is the argument that had Penner not fucked up, Carter was like one immunity away win from the win, which like I guess could put him here. So like at that point, is he that different from like a Grant Matos or like a Chad? I think he's probably in that level. I mean, like I think he beats Scoopin and Lisa and Abby, which is like the end game he would have been in, right? Like if he, like in the world where Penner, like if Penner just accepted Lisa's deal, the final four would have been Penner, Scoopin, Lisa, Carter. The problem is I don't know if Carter cuts Penner. It is like an issue. But like it could have accidentally happened, and then he would have won. I think him being here feels okay to me. Brandon Hance. Genuinely, Brandon Hance would be here if he wasn't Brandon Hance. But because he's Brandon Hance, I'll probably go here. He does give him immunity. That's fair. I think his first game. Yeah, I think I'm willing to just put him here. Like he had bigger win. Like I think he had more win equity than Ted and Boo. But also it's Brandon Hance, so yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I think him and Grant have the same game if he wasn't Brandon Hance. I think the fact that he's Brandon Hance and he has a second appearance, that's like I don't know. It's like yeah. I think that I'll move him down here. Jen Brown, I think is moving up to probably here. Maybe I don't know. Maybe that's too high. Actually, let's think this through. Maybe here, actually. I think Jen's like early game's pretty. Actually, then again, she does get saved out. Like she was like she almost does get voted out at that first tribal. Eh, yeah, I guess actually she isn't that good. Where would she actually be though? Yeah, maybe here actually. Maybe this is like kind of a fine placement, like her and Sarge. Is there a world where Rory is a better player than Sarge? I'm kind of thinking that Rory fits more with like this tier. Yeah, that's probably the case. I think Rory's a tough one to gauge. By the way, I'm thinking Jawan might fall down to this tier with maybe Jawan and Jen actually. Yeah, it's not really a one for one though. Why is Tiffany below Elaine? Elaine got deeper with win equity. Like I think Elaine's one of the bigger jury threats of that entire season. Gets the final 7. Plays a pretty fluid game. Um, like Elaine was at least able to recover when her alliance like crumbles. Like Tiffany wasn't. Sarge got seduced by Twyla. Sure. Jenna Bauman. Jenna's like fine, right? Like she never gains any traction. But yeah, like she's actually like kind of okay. I don't know where that puts her necessarily. Like maybe here, maybe with like the Penny Ramsey, like Tiffany Seeley that have like some major strong suits. Dated Sebastian was Noxer, I agree. Yeah, she votes for Donathan. That's kind of questionable, but yeah, she does face off against a lot of adversity, overcomes that. I mean, Rory, like, yeah, he was supposed to be Final 3, but he was meant to be Final 3 as, like, a GOAT that wouldn't even make it to the end. Which tier are we talking about? Benry, but worse. Yeah. Yeah, I can kind of see that. I can kind of see her with, like, the Benry J grouping, maybe. Should that be like a group, maybe? Should that be like another sub tier? Maybe like separate Franny and Elaine. Or Franny and Elaine above it, though? Not sure. Benry's playing optimally. I mean, like, I think in a similar way, right? Like, Benry's, like, voting for Fabio on his way out. I think that's fine. Desi. Purple Desi. Jeremy's trying to think this through. Desi. Juwan plays feels like he's better than Franny based on the games they played. Not sure. I don't think Jawan's game's that good. He has like a tad of more influence in the end game. I think Franny's early game's better. For me, like a major knock against Jawan is the fact that he starts off so bad. Um, which to me is worse than like having a like I think having a rough start is worse than having a rough end. Um, so yeah, that's definitely a thing that's like lessening my opinion of Jawan. Um, I don't even know what I'm really doing with this. Like Jen and Jawan are together, right? Was what the intention was. Sarge wasn't. Rory. I kind of do want to move Rory up. Maybe I move Rory here. I kind of want to do that. Like, it feels weird to have Rory above Sarge, who was like theoretically better positioned than him, um, but I kind of want to. Like I think him being of like the Penny Ramsey tier feels like okay to me. Um, again, any way to get Ted Rogers lower is also probably a good thing. Maybe Chevy tier for burning down the island. That is true. Where's my key? Okay, there we go. Oh yeah, back to Desi. Like Desi's one of these that like feels like she has more potential than actuality, but like maybe it is like good enough to be like in this ballpark. I don't know what her overall position. Maybe here actually. Maybe like Gretchen Gregg, level. Actually, let's create some room here. No, okay, yeah, that's fine. Because I could see some like Desi Gregg comparisons. Um, not that. There we go. Just making sure I didn't delete anyone along the way. Okay, we're good. What were the other? I was gonna move other things down. I was gonna move this down. That's fine. Does he seem to be connected to everyone on Original Tribe? Yeah, but I don't know how well positioned she actually was though. Because like ultimately, I think I think Jessica was like the true person that was connected to everybody. Like Desi, like I believe like Desi, Rourke, Jessica had a thing, and like Mike would have been the first to go, but then like I don't know how much like of a full on like power structure necessarily was with Desi. Um, but like by the time the post merge, like she's kind of dead to rights. Um, like she's kind of like Dave Johnson in the post merge. Um, like I kind of feel like she is like very like Dave Johnson coded. Um, like maybe you could argue Dave does more wrong. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's fine. Um, Libby. Um, Libby. Let's get out of the game. Maybe Libby should be higher, actually. Maybe Libby should be closer to here. Um, because it's not like Libby was being like actively targeted. She also was like a part of Malolo, which is kind of screwed by the time they got to the merge. She does at least like, but again, I don't know if that's a good move, right? Like the Morgan Ricky move. She broke Stephanie Gonzalez's arm. Is that a thing that happened? I generally, you could tell me like anything about Fight to Survive, and I would probably believe you at this point. I could not remember much of that show, even though I did enjoy it at the time. But yeah, I think like this ballpark feels okay to me with Libby. Jack Nickding is probably also in this ballpark. I don't know. I think the problem with Jack is that he was like on the outs of the initial vote, but then again, he was still in like a pretty good position. He is eventually idled out. Probably would have had a lot of longevity. Higher. Yeah, I guess you could argue he got screwed by pregame connection. Also got screwed by the fact that the idol expired during that round. Where's Thomas again? He's here. I kind of feel like he's at least Thomas level. Yeah, I think he's at least Thomas level. Yeah, Jack and Tommy are very, very close. Yeah, that's what I was also thinking. It's like, I feel like there's actually probably an argument that he's here. That he's like Justin and MC. To be honest, I can kind of see it. Like, he does survive, like, what, 3 tribals? I believe they're married, right? Him and Elizabeth? Yeah, I kind of do want to... Yeah, I think I will move him up here. And that way, Dan Spilo moves down. So yeah, I think that's fine. Where are we at now? We are at Dwight. Dwight. Like, instinctively, he kind of feels here, but the reality is he might be closer to, like, here, maybe? Like, Dwight's, like, a fine player. Like, he's a bit sporadic. He, like, still, like, it's like he definitely has, like, flame out potential. But, like, he's not in danger for that entire early game. You could also argue that, like, he gets disfavored by, well, actually, he's the one that lost his vote. But still. Now, like, Merge usually able to pick up numbers, but also, like, obviously, like, his group flips on him. It's a bit of a mess. Maybe it's... Yeah, maybe he is just here. I kind of feel like he is, like, kind of Jen Brown coded, actually. I'm like, his game is better than Jen Brown's. But I feel like overall like style of player. Actually, that's probably not the right term. Uh, or maybe a tier above. Hmm. You move high significantly lower. I think high is where Dwight is, wherever Dwight is. um. By the way, Sarge should be moving lower. Um. Hmm. But Dwight, but high is unlikable. I agree, but um, he's still the greatest player of all time. So. Um, okay, let me think this through. So, I feel like Nate, Sierra, Tevin. I think Nate and Sarge. Actually, not even that though. Should Sarge just be lower? Actually, I think Sarge actually should be like closer to here. Maybe not. I don't know. Or maybe he's like the best of this tier. Should there be that much of a gap? He's like, I feel like these people. It's like again, like calling back to like, oh, they're like the figureheads. Like, I think these people at least had like a semblance of influence, right? Like Sarge didn't. Like Sarge had no real influence in the game. Like he was someone that like, especially after that first vote. I guess like for the Brook vote he kind of does, but then after the Brook vote, it's like he like wants to keep Brady around. He's not able to do that. He again, he's kind of being outplayed by like Chris and Bubba. They didn't even want to go to the end of him. He was really like the first out with the men's group. If they had gotten to the end together, it's like he was meant to be like a Brendan Sincott or like a I don't know who else is a good comparison, but it's like I don't think he actually is that good. I think it's more so these people moving up. Um, mm, I think Tevin just generally moves up, right? Like obviously Tevin's a very messy player, but like he's still in the best position early on in the game. It's like yeah, he fucks up, but like to be in that position to begin with is still impressive. Um, thinking I don't know if he's better than Hunter. I think is kind of an issue. Um, yeah, I feel like Cedric. I think Cedric and Nate. I'm still gonna move together. Uh, Gemini thinks Haley Ford is the most average Survivor player. Well, they might be right. I don't know. Guess we'll see. Uh, is this fine? Um, I think the problem would be that Nate would. I think Nate was taken out by safe vote. Yeah, I think I'll settle on this. I don't feel the worst about this. I think the fact that Nate was saved, like, I think Cedric is someone that, like, obviously, like, did pretty good stuff early on, ran out of runway, but, like, again, like, was kind of, it's like a spot where I don't really fault him too much for what happened to him. It just felt like he just ran out of numbers. Nate is someone that, like, ultimately was taken out by a safe vote. I think in comparison to, like, the figurehead tier, he probably has more influence. By the way, it's past 3 o'clock, so fuck me. I think we'll... I don't know, we're almost done with this tier anyway. Maybe we'll try to do this tier also. I don't know. Get past Haley Ford. But then again, like, this is kind of a shit tier to name the next stream after. I need to end on a good stream title. I told them to cut it. Am I settling on this? I think I will. Like, I got it's a bit different. But I think Dwight and High, I think I'll land them here. I don't think that's the most egregious thing in the world. Kendra. Kendra. High should be lower, though. I think High and Dwight are fine. Yeah, like, maybe we'll get through people that, like, will move up. But, like, in terms of, like, the people that we've gone through so far, I feel like this is fine. Kendra, I'm a bit conflicted on. Like, she's not a particularly great player. But, like, she was, like, fine. Like, she was, like, in an okay position on Original Tribe. It's not like she was, like, on the bottom or anything. Or, like, Dwight and, like, High were on the bottom at points in the pre-merge. Kendra really wasn't. Like, obviously the swap doesn't play in her favor. But, like, what do I even call you? D-Jaggle? Thank you. I've never heard of it, actually, having a fan from Belgium. That's kind of surreal to think about. Yeah, Kendra. It's Jag Baines, obviously. Yeah, Jag Baines is definitely from Belgium. Comparing High to Dwight is unbelievably offensive. I don't think it is. I actually think there's, like, arguments that High is better. But yeah, I'm still debating Kendra. I think maybe here. I don't know. So I potential returning now. I would love it, but it's never happening. Like, I think Kendra has a better, like, starting position than these players. Where, again, like, all these people have, like, kind of rough starts. Kendra's in a pretty good spot early on. Does run out of one way, but, like, is that someone from a Tiffany Seeley? I kind of feel like that's maybe okay. I think these are probably moving up just because, like, they have better starting positions is kind of my vibe with them. Sierra, I think you could argue, is in this tier. I do feel like her downfall's kind of earned, though. But, like, maybe that's, like, still, like, like, Evie tier. Yeah, this is a ranking of every Survivor player. This is essentially, I'm preparing for my actual video that I'm making of my ranking of every Survivor player. Like we've been doing this for the last 6 months now, or 5 months, 5 months technically, 5.5 months almost. Yeah, I'm in the process of ranking every Survivor player, and we're trying to solidify the list. Greg Buick should be lower. He's Jen Brown level. I think he's safer early on though. I guess like with Jen Brown, it's like how much do I falter for like her almost being sniped out of the game by Vince Sly? You start ranking everyone's feet clearly. Well, D's number one, so I mean, well then again, her toes are big, and Q doesn't like that, so maybe not. Generally, yeah, this might be the last ranking I ever do. Yeah, I'm never gonna rank anything ever again after this. Um, um, yeah, maybe I'll do. Okay, let me think this through. No, this is purely as them as players. Coach top 3, obviously. He does have a toe ring, so. But yeah, this is the yeah, this is just like ranking everyone as players in the grand scheme of Survivor, like how well I think they would do on any given season based on what we've seen from them. I think overall that is like the tough thing with this list as a whole is just the trying to like figure out how much to focus on what we've seen from them already, how much to focus on like the potential they theoretically would have. I think ultimately with this list we're kind of siding more towards what we've already seen. But I do think like the tiebreaker between people is probably closer to like, or like leaning towards the like potential they have. Yeah, generally, maybe it is this. Maybe it is that. Maybe Greg is further down. Like Greg is safe for a lot of the early game, but yeah, he's not really like involved in any alliances. He had good potential, but it's just like how much that is really realized. Um, yeah, I think I'll keep it at that. I need to figure out where Tevin is though. That's the last kind of straggler here. I think part of me is like bothered by the fact that he's going to be above Hunter. Because like I think genuinely he probably should be here. He probably should be like where like Evie is and um yeah, it's like Evie and Sierra. But also like should he be above Hunter? I'm not sure. I think it's not like Hunter's that good. Rudy should drop then for what? Uh mm, and Rudy still got to a final 3 where he almost wins. It's like Greg, it's just like again, Greg, it's just potential. Tevin will always fuck it up. Well, we don't really know that though, do we? He fucked up the one time. Like it really feels like Hunter's entire game revolves around Tevin now. So yeah, I think I'm gonna do it. I think I'm gonna move him here. Again, like I think Tevin's a mess strategically, but I think he's just so good socially that I do want to give him the credit to put him up there. How much do I credit Rudy for his alliance with Mark Burnett? That's everything. I think Tevin and Evie is like a decent comparison. I guess like Tevin's worse strategically. Um, again, I do feel like he's above. Like, okay, maybe this tier. Like maybe Franny, Elaine. Look at the J Maya should dedicate the entire stream. Obviously, I definitely need to be wasting an entire stream on just J Maya. Yeah, I guess that's fair. That Tevin was added to the 6 because of Hunter. I still want to do this though. Yeah, I still kind of want to leave it here. Like, part of me feels like it's wrong to have Hunter above or below Tevin, but also part of me also feels like it's right. Like, I just feel like Tevin is just like probably one of the most likable people to ever be on Survivor. Like I think he just like has this like charisma that people are just gonna naturally gravitate towards. So I think the more times than not, it's like I think the problem is that in Modern Survivor it's kind of a negative, right? But like I think in terms of like if you put Tevin in like I don't know, like a season the first like 20 seasons, like I think I think he would be like I don't think the cast would be cutthroat enough to take him out. I don't know. Maybe I put him here. I think it's like a polar opposite, though, right? Like it feels like he's like the polar opposite of these players. Like same result, but he's essentially like the polar opposite of a Jamie Newton. I guess Jamie Newton was like okay. I think I'll put him here. I think I'll put him with Gretchen. Yeah, Tevin and Debbie, two of the most similar players of all time. What time are we at? We're at 3. Okay, 3:23. Do I bother going one more? How many players did we go through this stream? We did go through more than last stream, right? Like we're making progress. Let's see. We're at 300. Wait, is that right? Oh yeah, that would have been right. Okay, I'm dumb. Fuck. Now I have to do it again. We're here to here. So yeah, we're at 3. 84. We got through 40 something people. That's something. Yeah, we'll do one more tier and then we'll probably call it a fucking night because it's late. So we got the Varner tier. What am I gonna need next stream though? These aren't interesting people. What am I gonna do? Like, is Beast Mode Cowboy? Is the Shoe Bandit? Maybe we do 2 tiers then. I don't know. We'll see. Jeff Varner. Fuck dude, Jeff Varner. Jeff Varner is a pretty big, like, what if, I feel like. How many more do we have for long tier? What long tier are we talking about? Which player dropped the most from my initial placement? I actually don't even know anymore. Went up, I think, is Corinne probably, or someone like that. Went down, I'm not sure. Where do I want to go with Varner? I do genuinely, like, obviously I don't particularly like Varner, but... Oh yeah, Rick did go up a lot of spots. Oh yeah, maybe Leanne did go down a lot too. Like, Varner's first game is pretty decent. Still a pretty rocky endgame path, but it was pretty decent. Like, I would say his first game's better than, like, Ted's. And then, like, even, like, Game Changers, like, his Game Changer game is actually pretty good until the situation happens. Now, maybe, is he, like, Debbie Wanner level? Like, is he in this tier, maybe? I'm kind of feeling like either this tier or this tier. I think the fact that he's still a 3-time pre-merger, like, it's tough to put him, like, too high, but better than Kelly Sharbaugh? Debatable. Oh. I mean, I think he gets fairly unlucky, really, 2 times. Like, I mean, Australian Outback's its own weird thing, but like, I do think Game Changers was, like, a really unlucky position. Even though, again, I think he handles it wrong by the end, but, like, I feel like he at least is here, like, because ultimately James Miller in Palau, like, is essentially Varner and Game Changers, right? Yeah, I don't really want to move him higher than this, but I think I'll probably put him here. You know what, Alicia Callaway. I think Alicia goes up too, but I don't know about how much. I wouldn't say by that much. Like, the weird thing about Alicia is that the first time she plays, she's like a very, like, again, she's playing like pretty like strategically with, like, Varner. She still was probably not in the greatest spot in her tribe, but, like, again, like, I think her first game's decent, and then she comes back and just, like, doesn't really do anything. Um, yeah, she's consistent. Like, she'll make it deep most times she plays. But I don't know what that really gets her. Uh, like, how high do I want to go on? Like, it's like, yeah, she's consistent, but she's not like good though. Despite being consistent, but like maybe like. This is getting way too wide at this point, but like, I don't really know what a good landing spot is. Oh, is Alicia so fast the second time? I believe she just won the paycheck the second time. Maybe here? Maybe Laura Moret? Hey, people are doing for the bare minimum. I mean, that's kind of the way it is, though. I kind of feel like Alicia Laura Moret might be okay. Laura's first game's probably better. Both second games are kind of bad, but Alicia makes it further more cleanly. Like where like Laura's vote out, came back. She could have had a better paycheck if she was more active. Yeah, but I think she wanted like the again because like All Stars had higher payouts and whatever for placement. So I think with her she's playing like very conservative because she wanted to make it like like at like the first she got into the game she got like more money than she would have otherwise. So it's like I believe that's the story why she never like tried to turn on against Boss Rob and that sort of thing. Worse than Cloud. Yeah, I do love that she's worse than Cloud. Yeah, I think her Laura Morant, I think that feels okay to me. Randy Bailey is a strange one because like I think there's like arguments that he like his Gabon game isn't the worst. Like it's actually like a pretty flexible game. Like he's like not in danger in his original tribe, swaps over, is able to get into a majority, takes over Bob's spot in the alliance. Like there's some pretty good stuff there, and then like again, obviously he like ostracizes people. He's not good socially, but like, and there's good stuff there. The second time around it's kind of bad, but there's like pregame stuff involved with that, and whatever. Denise level. I'm kind of thinking here. I'm thinking he's a better Rory. I think is where I'm landing. Yeah, I think there's actually a decent amount of him and Rory comparisons. Yeah, that was the thing with Fierce Villains that the finalists like had a agreement, and that's why like him and like Coach and well, really just him and Coach. But I know like him and Coach were pre gaming in that season. But I know that's why Parvati survives that vote at least. But anyway, yeah, I think Randy here makes sense to me. Then we got what Monica Padilla. Monica Padilla just kind of sucks to be honest. Like her Cambodia game's like really awful. Her first game's one where she's still kind of on the bottom for a lot of it. Yeah, is she just her own tier, or should go higher? I don't know how much higher, if any at all. Like I don't know if she's even like this high. Uh, yeah, it's like I think Cambodia is like pretty egregious. Um, like I don't think she's that different from these, like from like a Greg and like a Jawan. Like I feel like she's actually kind of okay in here, especially considering like she's just the first out in her second time around. Did she have win equity in Samoa? Not a lot, but like I think most Galoos, if they got to the end against Fofoas, they likely win. How'd she get in over Carolyn in Nat 10? Well, she did run down was it the Hollywood Walk of Fame in Buff? That's something. Yeah, generally, actually, it is kind of surprising she got voted in over Natalie. Because I was gonna say like she's like a young, attractive woman that obviously helped, but like Nat 10 is also there. And it's like Nat 10 was from a more recent season at the time, so yeah, it is kind of actually surprising that Monica was picked. But yeah, was she going to be the first boo in every tribe in Cambodia? She was going to be the first boo in Bayon, or like it would have been between her and Sierra, on Bayon, and then obviously she's booted right away on the Swap tribe. And then like even in like I Michaela Wingle too, yeah. But yeah, and then on also Stephanie Valencia. Yeah, she campaigned pretty hard. And I guess like yeah, Nat 10 didn't really campaign too hard if I remember right. I don't know how much of a factor that really played though. I think it probably came down to like Monica's just like different. Like she just feel like obviously there's like she's POC. She feels like a bit like I feel like a lot of the like white women kind of blend together. So maybe that played a factor. Um, but I think Monica in this tier still feels okay to me. I think Kat is someone that I'm actually gonna move up on. Um, I don't know by how much, but I think I will move up on Kat. Um, Probably not too much though. Where should she go? Like I think her first appearance, she's still in the majority lines from the beginning. Uh, she does have a decent amount of win equity there. Um, like even her second time around, she just survived a few tribals, kind of gets screwed over by pregame. Um, where exactly to put her? Who date a girl who that doesn't make the top half? What? Like, part of me kind of wants to put her like here. Because like her versus like Alicia Calloway is like and like Laura Morat, I kind of feel like she might be around that caliber. Like she literally survives over Laura Morat. Um and like I guess Laura Morat's like Samoa game's probably better, but I guess like Kat versus Abby is a weird one. Um but also like Abby is someone that like I just can't imagine ever winning a jury vote. And I guess like Kat, I think on paper I couldn't, but like Kat like did have respect on One World and like could have theoretically won. Yeah, it's like Kat was liked, Abby was hated. I think that's fair. So yeah, I think I'll probably leave her in this ballpark. Um, oh, is Haley Ford the last one? What am I doing Haley forward? I kind of want to move Haley forward up too. I think in retrospect, I kind of forgot about the notion that Jen was almost the first boot. When we were talking about Jen versus Haley. So is Jen or is Haley gonna be? I don't know how high. Like ultimately, Haley's games aren't that great though, right? Uh, who's Cat beats? I think most people. Maybe not, probably not Kim, right? But like outside that, it's like a lot of the jury did, like a lot of the men were very pro Cat. Um, um, she's kind of like a two-time player version of these people. I feel like of like Jenny, fuck me, Jenna and Libby. Um, I don't know, maybe is she Jeff Varner level? Uh, which I guess never go full Jeff Varner. Um, I kind of feel like Jeff Varner's fine. Jeff at least played well at a point. I mean, I think Haley played well to like survive in like the Premier Game Changers. I kind of feel like she she feels like an in between here to me. She did isolate Nina by not inviting her to go skip me dipping. That is true. What's Haley's best move? Like individual move? I don't know. I guess like I mean, I guess to be fair, she was gonna be the first. Like she was gonna be voted out there on her swap tribe, right? And kind of get saved by the double tribal aspect of it. I think around here. Uh, yeah, it's like both her and Caleb got screwed. Oh, she did offer to the be strip search, so that's top tier. But I kind of feel like, yeah, she's like a two-time player version of these people. So like, I think maybe she's like here, like in between the tiers. I think it's kind of the vibe I'm getting. I actually want to see real quick. Does that mean that she is the most average player? This needs to be what 750 something. Oh no, she's above average now. Oh no. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, Caleb and Ty being together definitely helped her out for sure. Um. Oh no, Russ Swan is above average. Who's average now? Are these people? I think it's that bottom tier there, then, right? No, it's more than that. Is it this tier then? Nope, still one higher. So this. Oh, that's a boring tier. This is the average tier. Well, that's kind of shit. It's not fun to say Rudy's the most average Survivor player. Say Jan Gentry is the most average Survivor player. Desi's an above average star player. Oh. Whatever. Where are we at? 344. You know what? Fuck it. I think we're gonna try to do these too. Let's just get these out of the way, especially because I feel like these are should be fairly easy. Maybe I don't know. Like these are all pre-mergers, or pre-jurors or non-jurors, if you will. Um, they might move up. I feel like they're all not that bad, genuinely. Where's the tier that we were? Where's the? Oh, I passed it, didn't I? Okay, here it is. The James Miller. Um. Hmm. So my instinct is I feel like they should be above this grouping. I kind of want to move them around here. Maybe it's like a tad high. Um. Hmm. Kelly Purple is above average. Well, thank God. Uh, above Thomas. Yeah, I think that's probably fair. Okay, I think I am gonna move, just for the sake of this right now. Let's move these people up because I feel like on paper they feel like they should be moved up. Um, so let's move them up to this for now. Okay, no, not delete. That's not what I meant to do. That did not work at all. Well, that's fantastic. Again, just double check I didn't delete anyone. Cool. All right, let's try this again. Again, double checking, make sure I didn't delete anyone. We're still good. Okay. Yeah, I feel like Brendan in this tier kind of makes sense. If anything, Brendan could be even higher to a degree. Oh yeah, I guess this now changes the average, doesn't it? Which that's good. At least it's not boring. Maybe it could actually be Russ Swan this time or Purple Kelly. Um, how high do I want to put someone like a Brendan though? He does get kind of screwed. Like he's taken out as a safe vote after a tribe swap. So like I could see, like I could argue he's like Justin level. Like I think there's a genuine argument for it because it's like kind of like a double sided thing there. And generally, I feel like a lot. Like I think I could argue that of all three of these, um, of like Brendan, Morgan, Ricky, Anna. Like I don't feel like any of them do anything like that wrong. Um, but yeah, I think Brendan being there, I think that feels fine to me. Morgan, I also feel like that's not the worst thing in the world, but also that feels insane though. Actually, like now looking at it, like looking at the people that like that leapfrogs, that does feel kind of insane. But also, I kind of get it. I don't know. Like Morgan, especially, is in a spot where like all of her allies proceed to get to the end. Um, It does feel like a spot where, had she not been taken out there, she probably does have a deep run there. Yeah, I guess that's the fair. Like, yeah, like both of them never went to tribal before that. Brendan at least did go to tribal twice, right? And like was running that tribe. So I think that is a fair like differentiator. Um, maybe yeah, maybe like Thomas level then, right? Because like Thomas also wasn't really tested. Uh, Jessica tier. Yeah, I was trying to remember who is the person I was thinking like wasn't tested. Yeah, I guess that is Jessica. Hmm. Yeah, I kind of can see that. Yeah, whatever, that's fine. Them being higher than Katie Gallagher. I'm kind of on the edge. That could be taken wrong. Yeah, I think I will do it. I do think, yeah. Like, is there that much of a difference realistically between them? That make my channel profile picture? And yeah. Um, Caleb should be with them. Maybe. Let me look at the rest of the people here. So is these people, right? Yeah, Caleb. Caleb does start in a majority both times he plays. It is kind of funny though if Caleb is this high. But if we are going with like untested, like kind of screwed over, I don't know, it does feel very high though for Caleb. He did get into the Threats Alliance. That is true. Um, yeah, he's above a dark green player. I don't know. Something feels off about it, but also I think I can argue it. Mm, maybe closer to here. Because I think like comparing like Caleb to Alicia Calloway, like obviously Alicia Calloway does more wrong, but like I still feel like Alicia Calloway like does like it's like they're both consistent players. Like Alicia has more to show for it. But also Caleb doesn't do that much wrong. uh Yeah, fuck it. I'll leave it. What number is this for Caleb? 268 for Caleb? Cool. Yeah, Caleb's almost a top third player despite only making it like to the third or fourth round of the game. That's fine, I guess. It is funny, but yeah, I actually think it's a decent argument. Um, Tim Spicer, I think Tim. I'll set on here. Actually, these are all players I did in that one ranking I did, right? What was it? The top new era thing, whatever it was. Um, Tim, I think you could argue gets swap screwed, but also I don't think he was in the greatest position anyway. I think he was always kind of poised for a downfall around that point. He kind of overplayed his hand. I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. Randon, I think you could actually argue being higher just because like Rand doesn't do that much wrong. Um, uh, Actually, Tim should just be lower. Actually, he's like, is Tim really better than Hunter? Like, Tim's not better than Hunter, right? Like, Tim's maybe here. Like, I think Tim's probably closer to Dwight and High. Which now means that this is going to be inconsistent, but whatever. Um, yeah, and that's kind of the tough thing of Randon. I think Randon maybe put him with Thomas just because he is like he's untested. Um, we really just don't know where his end game was going, and I guess like too for that is like the Morgan Anna of it all too, though. But I think they at least started the majority. Randon was kind of like not in the majority, but then again, that's kind of impressive that he worked his way into the majority, right? Um, yeah, I think that's actually fine putting him above Thomas. Most likely playing just Chong, probably. Um, Parvati, I mean, like, ow. She's gonna be number two, right? Like, I don't know. Will Parvati even see the ranking? Like maybe oh, maybe like Savannah. I know Savannah's like very in tuned with this sort of stuff, right? Um, but yeah, Jake. Hmm. See, okay, I think I am running to the issue that I don't think there's that big of a difference. Like, definitely not to be this far apart. Um, hmm. Do I really move them all the way up there though? Like, that's a long ways. Mm, Like, I don't really want to move Thomas up. Randon. Oh, like Randon being better than like Liz Wilcox, Ben Katzman. It's like that doesn't feel right. I don't know. I think I gotta move these people down. I think this is starting to feel too high. Like Morgan Ricky better than like Sebastian Donathan. Yeah, I think I feel better putting them down because I think it's like with them, it's like there's not as much there to like there's not much influence really demonstrated in their games. It's not like there's not really like in comparison to like Brendan, which it does feel weird. There's this big of a gap, but like Brendan at least like did demonstrate influence in the game, was completely running his original tribe. I think even in his boot round was like playing optimally. Um, so I think Brendan and like Justin being together kind of makes sense. I think with like this grouping, it's like there's not enough like substance there. So I think I think I feel better moving them down than moving everyone up, and I feel like there's too many similarities between these people. Just want Dan Spiel to be higher, obviously. Um, and then yeah, what am I doing with James Lynn and Jason Linden? They might also be here. I mean, they start off in rockier positions, but like made pretty good moves. Maybe they are still around there though. Uh, do they leapfrog? Jason's not. Is Jason better than Elaine? Actually, maybe. Yeah, Elaine's advantage definitely fucked him over. James Lim being above these people feels a bit weird though. Um, well, he at least got something done, right? Because I think on paper James Lim feels more similar to like these people. But again, he at least like did orchestrate a pretty big move. Um, Also, apparently, after getting fucked, faked at having an idol. What? Um, well, yeah, that's why they're tiered below. I mean, there is the like Caleb. I think you could definitely put high. Like, I think Caleb might be at the top of this tier actually. We see as a two-time player, but again, I still feel like Caleb in this tier makes sense to me. I think I'm just gonna leave James and Jason there. I think that feels fine, and I think we'll probably call it there. What the fuck do I name next stream though? Uh, yeah, I don't really have a good name for next stream, do I? Anna Kate doesn't like being a bottom. Is that the case? You think she would like being a bottom? Um, Bradley, where's Bradley? Oh, yeah, there he is. uh, dude, there's like no one good to name the next stream after. Is the half Murphy top half? uh, yeah. Uh, Ace. Where's Ace? Actually, should I name it after like someone lower that we might not even get to? I think that'll be kind of funny, actually. Uh, do you even care about these people? And that is certainly a question. Aubrey's first great ally. Sure. Yeah, the great Neil Gottlieb. Um, Queen Lucy. Which Lucy are we talking about? I like should I do a poll? I feel like I wanted to be someone from the top tier still though. Lizzie Huang. I don't even think we're not even close to her yet, are we? Who are the options here? There's really not anyone funny here. Again, this is just like a very unfunny tier. Yeah, there's like no one good. These are all shit. Eve, yeah, maybe Eve. Eve Rojas. Generally, Eve Rojas, like she might be like one of the most forgettable people in the history of the show. So maybe that is the funnier one to do, actually. Yeah, what number are we at right now? We're almost. We're at. Wait, is 400? We're about to get to 400. Is Eve Rojas the 400th best player in Survivor history? Let's see. So we got through 59 people this time. That's okay, I guess. I forgot this stream title is Purple Kelly of Milking Your Own Milk fame. Okay, you know what? I think I will go is David Murphy of the Half Murphy fame. I don't know. Is there anyone else with a funnier title than that? Oh no, is John Fincher of Being Stoked on Pie fame. Oh, I forgot. What I say was a tough grouping? It was Until Jonas, right? It's like this. Oh, fuck me. Okay. Still about 86 people in that group. Yeah, I think that's the problem. Is I want to really give like John Fincher anything. Is Sarge Masters of Going to Europe fame? Is Caleb the bully? I think I'm leaning towards the Sarge one. Is the actually no, it's Lee Masters. Dude, imagine I just left it like this. Is Lee Masters of Milking Your Own Milk fame? Or will Haley Ford be? Actually, yeah, who is the most average right now? Now that we've adjusted people, I think I might keep it. I just think it's so stupid. Dude, I'll just keep the Milking Your Own Milk fame from now on. That would be kind of funny, actually. By the way, I'm gonna update this. So it should be updated now. Just double checking. Yeah. Okay. There's that. So we can close this also. Please save me from this ranking. I mean, wait, let me see. Is Lee Masters of Milking Your Own Milk fame the 400th best Survivor player in Survivor history? I don't have enough characters. I'll just put please save me. Or do I just take out and what the fuck is the new era? You know, actually, yeah, let's just take that out. That's not even that good of an ending anyway. Wait, save me from this. Dude, my keyword's so bad. Ranking. There we go. On pace to finish in 5 more streams? Surely. Well, we definitely will. Yeah, I think this will be the stream title for next stream. Wait, or should I put of milking your own milk in Europe fame? Yeah, this was done months ago. I don't know what you're talking about. This would only take a month to make, clearly. Actually, I didn't think about that. Carolina Eastwood's fake fiance. Which one do I go with? Do I keep the milking your own milk, or do I go with the Carolina Eastwood's ex fiance? That's a brutal decision. Shut the front door. I think I'll keep this. Yeah, I think I'll just keep this for now. Anyway, we'll end here. It's 4:11 in the morning. That's lovely. I'll be back on Sunday. More ranking. We'll see if we can make actual progress next time. How far do I want to get? Generally, if we can get to Jonas, I'll be happy. I think that's actually, like, I think that might be the goal for next stream. It probably won't work, but, like, that'll be the goal. See if we can get to Jonas, then Jonas could be the next stream title. That'd be great. That would be 80-something players. 86, right? Yeah, 86 players. So, it's possible, I guess. Maybe. Yeah. Land here. I'll be back on Sunday. I don't think anything major is happening between now and then. Yeah, actually, is anything at all happening between now and then? I mean, like, Traders and Z will air, but I won't be able to watch it. Generally, I don't have a reason on Wednesday anymore. I could technically start earlier on Wednesday if I really wanted to. Sunday I can't because I do work until like technically I could start maybe like an hour earlier if I really want to, but like not that much earlier. But yeah, technically Wednesday maybe I should. I don't know. We'll see, but maybe I should. If I maybe that is what I'll do if if the power rank, or if we're not done with this ranking in like a couple weeks, maybe I'll just start streaming earlier on Wednesdays. We'll see. How long does the recording process take? Like essentially just double the length of the actual video is how long the recording typically is. I can actually play games on stream again. I could speedrun Survivor Castaway Island and get the world record. That's only like 2 months away from now. But yeah, again, I'll be back on Sunday. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully, I can actually make progress. No, it's the one on PS4 and 5. I've played on stream before. I did a video on it. The one on Wii is a pain to speedrun, but maybe I will at some point in my life. We'll see. Anyway, that's it. See you guys next time.